Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight. Chapter 1. The Pale Woman's First Whisper. In the labyrinthine corridors of power, where ambition meets opportunity, where whispered promises shape the fate of empires, one figure moves through history like smoke through shadows. Tonight, as darkness settles around us like a velvet cloak, we venture into the story of the most enigmatic force in all of Noxus, a woman whose true name has been lost to time, known only by the title that strikes both fear and fascination into the hearts of those who dare speak it. Leblanc, the Deceiver. Picture, if you will, the ancient stones of the Immortal bastion, their surfaces worn smooth by countless hands that have sought power within those walls. Each stone bears witness to secrets whispered in the deep of night, to alliances forged and broken, to the rise and fall of would-be conquerors. Yet, among all the ambitious souls who have walked those halls, none have left a mark, quite like the pale woman who first appeared in the earliest days of what would become the Noxian Empire. Jed from history's mists, not with the clash of steel or the thunder of armies, but with something far more dangerous, the gentle touch of a whispered suggestion, the subtle shift of perception that turns ally into enemy, that transforms certainty into doubt. In a world where strength is measured by the weight of one's sword or the reach of one's voice, Leblanc discovered a different kind of power entirely, the ability to be anyone, to be everywhere, and yet to be no one at all. The earliest records of her presence date back to the founding of Noxus itself, though even these accounts seem to shimmer with uncertainty, as if the very parchment cannot quite hold the truth of her existence. Some speak of a noble woman of extraordinary beauty, who appeared at court one winter's day, her skin pale as fresh snow, her eyes holding depths that seemed to reflect not light, but shadows. Others tell of a humble servant who somehow found herself at the right hand of power, her counsel valued above that of generals and scholars alike. Yet perhaps the most telling detail of all these early accounts is not what they say, but what they fail to say. In every story, in every whispered legend, the woman who would become Leblanc appears as if from nowhere, with no family name to claim, no homeland to call her own, no past that can be traced or verified. She simply was, as if the universe itself had conspired to birth her fully formed into the world of political intrigue and hidden agendas. The young Noxus of those early days was a realm in constant flux, a collection of warrior tribes and ambitious city-states, slowly coalescing into something greater than the sum of its parts. It was a time when the strong ruled through force of arms and the weak perished in the shadows of their betters. Into this world of brutal simplicity came Leblanc, bringing with her a sophistication of thought and deed that would forever change the nature of power itself. Where others saw only the immediate benefits of conquest, she perceived the long game of empire. Where others focused on the glory of the moment, she planned for generations yet unborn. Her genius lay not in any single act of manipulation, but in the patient cultivation of influence, the careful nurturing of dependencies that would bloom into absolute control over the course of decades. Imagine her in those early days, moving through the corridors of power with the grace of a dancer and the purpose of a predator. Her presence was like a subtle perfume that lingered long after she had departed, leaving those she encountered with the strangest sensation that they had just participated in something significant, though they could never quite articulate what it had been. Conversations with her had a peculiar quality, They seemed perfectly ordinary while they occurred, yet afterward, those who had spoken with her often found their perspectives subtly shifted, their loyalties quietly realigned. The magic she wielded was unlike anything the early Noxians had encountered. Where their shamans and war mages hurled fire and lightning with brutal directness, Leblanc's power was subtle, almost invisible. She could appear to be in two places at once, could vanish from a room only to be discovered having a conversation elsewhere that she could not possibly have reached in time. Her illusions were not the crude phantasms of lesser mages, but perfect reflections of reality itself, so convincing that even she sometimes seemed uncertain which version was the original. Yet for all her supernatural abilities, it was Leblanc's understanding of human nature that made her truly dangerous. She possessed an almost preternatural insight into the secret desires and hidden fears that drove those around her. A lord's pride, a general's ambition, a merchant's greed. She could read these motivations as easily as a scholar might read a book, and with equal skill, she could rewrite them to serve her purposes. The organization that would become known as the Black Rose began, like many great conspiracies, as a simple gathering of like-minded individuals. Leblanc understood that true power could not be wielded by a single person, no matter how gifted or determined. She needed allies, but more than that, she needed believers, people who would carry her vision forward even in her absence, who would serve not out of fear or obligation, but out of genuine conviction that her way was the path to glory. She began by identifying those among Noxus's elite who possessed both the intelligence to appreciate subtlety and the ambition to desire more than their current station offered. These were not the crude warlords who dominated through strength of arms, but the clever ones, the advisors, the merchants, the younger sons of noble houses who would never inherit but possessed the wit to carve out their own destinies. To each of these carefully chosen individuals, she appeared as something different. To the frustrated advisor, she was a kindred spirit who understood the burden of serving those less intelligent than oneself. To the ambitious merchant, she was a patron who could open doors that coin alone could never unlock. To the overlooked noble's son, she was a mentor who recognized his true worth and offered him the chance to claim the recognition he deserved. Yet even as she gathered these early followers, Leblanc was careful to ensure that no one person understood the full scope of her design. Each member of what would become the Black Rose knew only their small part in the larger tapestry, understood only the specific role they were meant to play. This was not merely a matter of security, though the compartmentalized nature of her organization would indeed prove invaluable in protecting it from discovery, but a reflection of her fundamental philosophy about the nature of power itself. True control, Leblanc understood, came not from commanding others to obey, but from convincing them that what you wanted was what they had always wanted for themselves. Her followers served not because they feared her wrath or desired her rewards, but because they genuinely believed that advancing her agenda would advance their own interests. In this way, she created something far more powerful than mere loyalty. She created conviction. The symbol of the Black Rose itself emerged during this formative period, though like so much else about Leblanc's early history, its origins are shrouded in mystery and conflicting accounts. Some say she chose it as a representation of beauty hiding thorns, of delicate appearance concealing deadly purpose. Others suggest it was meant to symbolize the way her organization would grow, quietly, organically, sending out roots and tendrils that would gradually encompass everything in their reach. Perhaps the most poetic interpretation, and the one that seems most fitting for a woman who understood the power of symbolism, is that the Black Rose represented the transformation of something pure into something darker. A white rose, after all, begins its life the same way as a simple seed planted in fertile soil. But where the white rose grows toward the light, seeking the sun's warm embrace, the Black Rose finds its strength in shadows, drawing nourishment from secrets buried deep in the earth. As the years passed, and Noxus continued its steady transformation from a collection of warring tribes into a unified empire, Leblanc's influence grew with it. Her followers began to achieve positions of real authority, not through dramatic coups or obvious political maneuvering, but through the patient accumulation of competence and trust. They became the advisors whose counsel was sought in times of crisis, the administrators who kept the machinery of government running smoothly, the merchants whose trade routes connected distant corners of the growing empire. And always, at the center of this expanding web of influence, was the pale woman herself, unchanged by the passing years, untouched by time's relentless advance. While those around her aged and died, while dynasties rose and fell, Leblanc remained constant, not as a ruler upon a throne, but as a force of nature that shaped events from the shadows. Her methods during these early years established patterns that would define the Black Rose for centuries to come. She rarely acted directly when indirect action would suffice. She preferred to influence rather than command, to suggest rather than demand. When violence was necessary, it came not from her own hand, but from carefully orchestrated circumstances that made such violence seem not only justified but inevitable. Perhaps most importantly, she understood that the greatest successes were often those that appeared to be failures, and that the most valuable victories were those that no one recognized as victories at all. A rival who suffered a convenient accident, a policy that failed due to unforeseen complications, a marriage alliance that somehow never quite materialized. These were the tools of her trade, subtle instruments that reshaped the world without leaving fingerprints. The transformation of early Noxus from a crude assemblage of warrior cultures into a sophisticated empire, capable of projecting power across continents, did not happen overnight, nor did it happen by accident. Behind every major policy decision, every crucial alliance, every strategic innovation that marked this period of growth, the careful observer might have detected the subtle touch of the Black Rose's influence. Yet even as her power grew, Leblanc never allowed herself to become comfortable or complacent. She understood better than anyone that in a world where strength determined survival, even the most carefully constructed plans could be undone by a single moment of overconfidence. Her paranoia was not a weakness but a virtue, her suspicion not a character flaw, but a tool for survival in a realm where enemies wore the faces of friends and allies carried daggers hidden in their smiles. As our first glimpse into this extraordinary woman and her shadowy organization draws to a close, we find ourselves confronted with one of the most fascinating paradoxes of power itself. Here was someone who commanded vast influence, yet claimed no throne, who shaped the destiny of an empire, yet held no official title, who was known by name throughout the corridors of power, yet remained, in the deepest sense, completely unknown. The pale woman who would become legend had planted the seeds of something that would outlast dynasties, something that would adapt and evolve and endure through every transformation that the future might bring. She had created not merely an organization but a philosophy, the belief that true power lay not in commanding the stage, but in directing the play from behind the curtain. In a world that celebrated the bold and the obvious, Leblanc had chosen the path of shadows and subtlety. In a culture that prized direct confrontation, she had mastered the art of indirect influence, and in doing so, she had not merely survived in the brutal arena of Noxian politics, she had transcended it, becoming something more than mortal, more than human, more than any single individual had a right to be. Yet perhaps, as you settle into peaceful contemplation of all we have explored tonight, you might find yourself wondering, in a world where appearance and reality so often diverge, where truth itself becomes a matter of perspective, how does one distinguish between the mask and the face beneath? And what happens to the soul of someone who has worn so many disguises that they can no longer remember which reflection in the mirror shows their true self? Chapter 2. Origins in the Immortal Bastion. Deep beneath the sprawling metropolis of Noxus Prime, where ancient foundations sink into bedrock older than memory itself, lies the heart of an empire that has never truly understood its own origins. The Immortal Bastion rises above the city, like a mountain of black stone and bitter ambition, its towers piercing the sky as if attempting to wound the heavens themselves. Yet, for all its imposing grandeur, for all the fear and respect it commands from those who gaze upon its darkened ramparts. The bastion holds secrets that even its current masters have never fully comprehended. It was here, in these very halls where emperors and generals now plan their conquests, that Leblanc first established the foundations of what would become the most enduring conspiracy in Runeterra's history. The stones themselves seem to whisper of those early days, when the pale woman walked these corridors not as a shadow but as a presence, when the Black Rose was not yet a legend, but simply an idea taking root in fertile soil of ambition and opportunity. The Noxus of Leblanc's early years bore little resemblance to the sprawling empire we know today. It was a harsh collection of competing city-states and tribal confederations, united more by geography than ideology, held together more by the threat of external enemies than by any shared vision of greatness. The people were warriors by necessity, traders by circumstance, and survivors by the cruel education that only the unforgiving lands between the Iron Spike Mountains and the Shuriman Wastes could provide. Yet even in those primitive days, the Immortal Bastion stood as something apart from its surroundings, built upon foundations that predated written history, constructed from stones that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The fortress possessed an aura of ancient purpose that drew ambitious souls like moths to a flame. It was said that those who slept within its walls dreamed of conquest, that those who ruled from its throne inevitably sought to expand their dominion beyond the horizon. Leblanc understood this quality of the bastion better than anyone who had come before her. Where others saw merely a strategic stronghold, she perceived something far more valuable, a nexus of power that amplified the ambitions of those who dwelt within it. The very architecture seemed designed to encourage grand thinking, to foster the kind of sweeping visions that could transform scattered tribes into unified empires. She made her first appearance in the bastion's halls during the reign of a warlord, whose name has been deliberately scrubbed from the historical record. This was no accident of time or neglect, but a calculated act of the Black Rose itself, one of their earliest demonstrations of the power to shape not just the present and future, but the very memory of the past. The warlord had been competent enough in his way, brutal and direct as was the fashion of the time, but he lacked the vision to see beyond the immediate benefits of conquest. Leblanc arrived at court in the guise of an emissary from a distant city-state, bearing gifts of exotic spices and rare silks that spoke of trade routes stretching far beyond the known world. Her beauty was striking but not overwhelming, her manner refined but not ostentatious. She presented herself as exactly what she appeared to be, a sophisticated diplomat representing commercial interests that aligned with Noxian expansion. Yet from the very moment she set foot in the Bastion's throne room, subtle changes began to ripple outward through the court like stones dropped into still water. Conversations took on new depths, alliances shifted in barely perceptible ways, and decisions that had seemed clear-cut suddenly revealed unexpected complexities. She moved through the political landscape of the early court with the grace of a master musician playing an instrument that only she could hear. The warlord himself proved surprisingly receptive to her influence, though he never quite understood the nature of the changes occurring within his own mind. She spoke to him of glory that could last beyond a single lifetime, of conquests that would be remembered when the mountains themselves had crumbled to dust. More importantly, she showed him how such dreams might be achieved, not through the crude application of force alone, but through the subtle integration of politics, economics, and cultural influence. It was during these early months in the Bastion that Leblanc began to identify and recruit the first members of what would become the Black Rose. She did not seek out the obvious candidates, the ambitious generals or scheming nobles who advertised their hunger for power through every word and gesture. Instead, she looked for those whose intelligence exceeded their current station, whose loyalty could be earned rather than purchased, whose vision extended beyond immediate personal gain. The chief architect of the Bastion's ongoing expansion became one of her earliest and most valuable allies. He was a man of middle years and modest background, possessed of a brilliant mind for both engineering and logistics, yet overlooked by the more traditionally minded members of the court. Leblanc recognized in him not just technical skill, but an artist's soul trapped within a builder's practical concerns. Through carefully orchestrated conversations, she helped him understand that architecture was not merely the arrangement of stone and mortar, but the shaping of human behavior through the manipulation of space and symbol. Under her subtle guidance, the architect began to incorporate elements into the bastion's design that would influence the thoughts and actions of those who lived and worked within its walls. Certain chambers were proportioned to encourage contemplation, others to inspire confidence. Corridors were arranged to facilitate chance encounters between specific individuals, while other passages were designed to discourage unwanted meetings. The very layout of the fortress became a tool of political manipulation, a three-dimensional expression of Leblanc's understanding of human psychology. Another early recruit was the bastion's keeper of records, a scholarly woman whose position gave her access to every document, every treaty, every secret correspondence that passed through the court. She possessed the kind of methodical intelligence that delighted in patterns and connections, the ability to see relationships between seemingly unrelated events that escaped the notice of others. Leblanc approached her not with promises of advancement or reward, but with the simple gift of appreciation, recognition for a mind that had long been undervalued by those who confused knowledge with wisdom. Together, they began the systematic documentation of everything that occurred within the bastion's walls. Not the official records that would be preserved for posterity, but the true accounting of who spoke to whom, who owed favors to whom, who harbored secret resentments or hidden desires. This web of information became the foundation upon which all future Black Rose operations would be built, a constantly updated map of the human terrain that was far more valuable than any geographic survey. The third member of this initial inner circle was perhaps the most unlikely, the court's master of ceremonies, responsible for organizing the elaborate rituals and celebrations that marked important occasions in the life of the realm. He was a man who understood that ceremony was not mere pageantry, but a form of communication, a way of conveying messages about power and hierarchy that spoke directly to the unconscious mind. Through the careful manipulation of symbols, colors, and sequences, he could reinforce existing power structures or subtly undermine them, all while appearing to do nothing more than organize entertaining spectacles. Leblanc taught him to see ceremony as a form of magic, not the flashy pyrotechnics that battlefield mages employed, but a subtler enchantment that worked through repetition and association, through the gradual accumulation of meaning rather than dramatic displays of force. A change in the order of precedence at a state dinner could shift the balance of power between competing factions. The introduction of new symbolic elements into traditional ceremonies could plant ideas that would grow and flourish in the minds of those who witnessed them. These three, architect, record keeper, and ceremonial master, formed the nucleus around which the Black Rose would crystallize. They represented different aspects of power, the physical environment, the flow of information, and the realm of symbols and meaning. Together, under Leblanc's guidance, they began to transform the immortal bastion from a mere fortress into something far more sophisticated, a machine for the generation and amplification of influence. The process was gradual, so subtle that even those most directly affected by it remained largely unaware of what was happening. The warlord continued to rule as he always had, making decisions that he believed to be entirely his own, pursuing policies that seemed to emerge naturally from his own strategic thinking. Yet increasingly, these decisions aligned with Leblanc's long-term vision for what Noxus could become. Trade agreements were negotiated that opened new markets while creating subtle dependencies. Military campaigns were planned that served not just immediate tactical purposes, but broader strategic goals related to resource acquisition and population movement. Most importantly, alliances were forged with other city-states and tribal groups, based not on temporary mutual interest, but on carefully cultivated cultural and economic ties that would endure beyond any single conflict or crisis. The symbol of the Black Rose itself first appeared during this period, though initially it was so subtle that only those specifically looking for it would have noticed its presence. A decorative motif worked into the border of an official document, a pattern of black stones arranged in the corner of a garden, a particular arrangement of candles during certain ceremonies. The symbol served multiple purposes. It was a sign of recognition between members of the organization, a focus for meditation and commitment, and a gradually accumulating presence in the visual environment of the bastion that would over time come to seem natural and familiar. Leblanc understood that symbols possessed their own form of power, that repeated exposure to specific images and patterns could influence thought and emotion in ways that the conscious mind never recognized. The black rose was designed to evoke feelings of elegance and mystery, to suggest hidden depths and secret knowledge. More subtly, it was meant to imply that beauty and danger could coexist, that the most attractive opportunities might also be the most treacherous. As the months turned to years, the changes wrought by Leblanc and her growing circle of allies began to manifest in ways that even outside observers could perceive. The court of the Immortal Bastion became known for its sophistication, for the intelligence and cultural refinement of its members. Diplomats from other regions remarked on the unusual quality of Noxian hospitality, the way that guests felt welcomed and understood in ways that exceeded mere political courtesy. Trade flourished as never before, not just because of favorable terms negotiated with distant partners, but because of the reputation for reliability and honor that Noxian merchants began to establish throughout the known world. Military expeditions succeeded not just through superior force of arms, but through the careful intelligence gathering and strategic planning that preceded every campaign. Most importantly, the various tribes and city-states that looked to the Bastion for leadership began to see themselves not as reluctant subjects of a foreign power, but as valued partners in a grand enterprise that would benefit them all. Yet even as the Black Rose's influence grew and strengthened, Leblanc never allowed herself or her followers to become visible as the source of these improvements. Credit was carefully distributed among those who had implemented the various policies and initiatives, while the true architects remained in the shadows. This was not false modesty or excessive caution, but a calculated strategy based on Leblanc's understanding of how power truly functioned. Those who visibly wielded authority became targets for rivals and enemies, subjects of envy and resentment that could ultimately undermine their effectiveness. Far better to be the advisor than the ruler, the influence than the authority, the suggestion than the command. In this way, the Black Rose could continue to grow and adapt, while its members remained relatively safe from the kind of direct challenges that toppled more conventional power structures. The organization that emerged from these early years in the Immortal Bastion bore little resemblance to the crude conspiracies and secret societies that occasionally troubled other realms. It was not held together by oaths of loyalty enforced through fear, nor by shared criminal enterprises that created mutual dependence through complicity. Instead, the Black Rose was united by a common vision of what civilized society could become, and by the deep satisfaction that came from being part of something larger and more meaningful than individual ambition. Each member understood their role not as subservience to Leblanc's will, but as participation in a great work that would outlast any of their individual lives. They were artists collaborating on a masterpiece, craftsmen contributing their skills to a project of unprecedented scope and ambition. The empire they were helping to build would be more than a mere political entity. It would be a new form of human organization that combined the strength of traditional warrior cultures with the sophistication of the most advanced civilizations. As this chapter of our journey through the shadows of history draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the remarkable transformation that occurred within the ancient walls of the Immortal Bastion during those crucial early years. What began as a crude stronghold of ambitious warlords had become something unprecedented, a center of power that operated through influence rather than intimidation, through vision rather than mere force. Leblanc had not merely infiltrated an existing power structure, she had fundamentally transformed the very nature of how power could be exercised. The seeds planted during this period would continue to grow and evolve over the centuries that followed, adapting to new circumstances while maintaining their essential character. The Black Rose had found its root system in the fertile ground of human ambition, and it would prove remarkably difficult to uproot. Perhaps, as you reflect on this tale of subtle transformation and patient influence, you might find yourself considering a question that touches the very heart of leadership itself. What is the difference between guiding others toward a better future and manipulating them for personal gain? And how can those who wield influence, whether in shadow or in light, ensure that their actions serve something greater than their own desire for control? Chapter 3. The Art of Deception Perfected. In the quiet hours before dawn, when shadows hold their deepest secrets and the world exists in that liminal space between night and day, there is a particular quality of silence that seems to invite contemplation of mysteries beyond ordinary understanding. It is in such moments that we might best appreciate the true artistry of Leblanc's greatest gift, not merely the ability to deceive, but the profound understanding of reality itself as something fluid, something that could be shaped and reshaped according to will and vision. The decades following the Black Rose's establishment within the Immortal Bastion marked a period of extraordinary growth, not just for the organization itself, but for Leblanc's mastery of the subtle arts that would define her legend. Where others saw deception as a simple matter of lies and misdirection, she understood it as something far more sophisticated, a form of communication that operated on multiple levels simultaneously, conveying different truths to different audiences while serving purposes that extended far beyond immediate tactical advantage. To truly appreciate the elegance of Leblanc's methods, one must first understand that her magic was never about creating falsehoods, but about revealing the malleable nature of truth itself. When she appeared to be in two places at once, she was not merely confusing observers, but demonstrating a fundamental principle about the relationship between perception and reality. When she vanished from one conversation only to materialize in another, she was teaching those around her that assumptions about the nature of identity and presence might need to be reconsidered. The mirror magic that became her signature during this period was perhaps the most perfect expression of her philosophical approach to power and influence. Each reflection she created was not a crude copy or simple illusion, but a fully realized possibility, a version of herself that could have existed under different circumstances, a facet of her personality given independent form. These duplicates possessed their own thoughts, their own motivations, their own relationships with those they encountered, yet all remained connected to the central consciousness that had given them birth. Imagine, if you will, a diplomatic reception in the Bastion's Grand Hall, where representatives from a dozen different city-states have gathered to negotiate a complex trade agreement. In the conventional approach, such negotiations would unfold in a series of formal sessions, with each party presenting their positions and seeking compromise through the gradual exchange of concessions. But in Leblanc's hands, the entire process became a masterpiece of orchestrated complexity. To the delegation from the eastern coastal cities, she appeared as a sophisticated economist who understood the intricacies of maritime commerce, someone who could speak knowledgeably about seasonal shipping patterns and the fluctuating values of exotic commodities. This version of herself developed genuine rapport with the merchants and navigators, sharing insights about market conditions that demonstrated both expertise and trustworthiness. Simultaneously, to the representatives of the mountain clans, she presented herself as a military strategist who appreciated the tactical advantages of controlling key passes and defensive positions. This aspect of her personality discussed fortification techniques and supply line security with the kind of detailed knowledge that could only come from extensive battlefield experience. Meanwhile, to the scholarly delegation from the southern academies, she appeared as a philosopher and historian who could place current events within broader patterns of cultural and political development. This version engaged in lengthy discussions about the rise and fall of previous confederations, offering insights that revealed both vast learning and subtle wisdom. Each of these interactions was genuine in its own way. Leblanc was not pretending to be an economist, a strategist, or a philosopher. She truly was all of these things, and more. Her magic allowed her to compartmentalize different aspects of her vast knowledge and experience, presenting each audience with exactly the facet of her personality that would resonate most strongly with their own interests and concerns. The negotiations that resulted from this approach were unlike anything that had been attempted before. Instead of the usual pattern of competing demands and reluctant compromises, the various delegations found themselves working together towards solutions that seemed to benefit everyone involved. Trade routes were established that created mutual dependencies while strengthening each participant's economic position. Military alliances were forged that enhanced collective security while respecting each group's autonomy. Cultural exchanges were arranged that would enrich all parties while preserving their distinct identities. Yet perhaps the most remarkable aspect of these negotiations was that no single person understood the full scope of what had been accomplished. Each delegation left the bastion satisfied that their own interests had been well served, unaware that their agreement was part of a larger pattern that would gradually bind their various communities into an economic and political network spanning half the continent. This approach to diplomacy became the template for all of the Black Rose's future operations. They never sought to impose their will through force or coercion, preferring instead to create conditions where their desired outcomes seemed to emerge naturally from the choices made by independent actors. Their influence was like gravity, invisible, omnipresent, and so fundamental to the operation of the system that it was rarely noticed or questioned. The recruitment methods that Leblanc developed during this period reflected the same sophisticated understanding of human psychology. Rather than approaching potential allies with direct offers of membership in a secret organization, she created opportunities for talented individuals to demonstrate their capabilities while solving problems that genuinely needed solving. Those who showed both competence and compatible values would find themselves drawn into increasingly complex and important projects, gradually becoming integral parts of the Black Rose's operations without ever making a conscious decision to join. A gifted young administrator might begin by helping to streamline the bastion's tax collection procedures, discovering in the process that she had a talent for seeing patterns in large amounts of data. Over time, she would be invited to work on more sophisticated analytical projects, eventually becoming responsible for maintaining the detailed intelligence files that allowed the Black Rose to operate with such precision. By the time she fully understood the nature of the organization she had joined, she would already be so deeply invested in its success that leaving would be unthinkable. Similarly, a promising military officer might start by consulting on routine matters of fortress defense, only to find himself gradually involved in strategic planning sessions that dealt with increasingly complex scenarios. His insights into military psychology and battlefield dynamics would prove invaluable for operations that extended far beyond simple combat, and his growing understanding of the Black Rose's methods would transform him from a conventional soldier into something far more sophisticated. A warrior philosopher who understood that the greatest victories were those that made fighting unnecessary. The training that these new recruits received was unlike anything available through conventional channels. Rather than learning specific techniques or memorizing particular procedures, they were taught to think in fundamentally different ways. They studied the histories of failed conspiracies, not to avoid their mistakes but to understand why traditional approaches to secret societies inevitably led to exposure and destruction. They practiced various forms of meditation and mental discipline, developing the kind of psychological flexibility that would allow them to adapt their personalities and communication styles to match any situation. Most importantly, they learned to see their work not as a series of discrete tasks or isolated operations, but as part of a vast, ongoing project that would span generations. Each action they took, each decision they made, each relationship they cultivated was understood to be a single note in a symphony of such complexity that no individual mind could comprehend its full scope. This perspective gave their work a sense of meaning and purpose that transcended personal ambition, creating the kind of deep commitment that no amount of fear or reward could duplicate. The magical techniques that Leblanc shared with her most trusted followers were an extension of this same philosophical approach. Rather than teaching them specific spells or formulas, she helped them understand magic as a way of thinking about the relationship between mind and reality. Her students learned to perceive the world not as a fixed collection of objects and events, but as a fluid medium that responded to properly directed intention and will. Advanced practitioners could create their own mirror images, though these were typically less sophisticated than Leblanc's own duplicates. They could manipulate perception and memory in subtle ways, causing witnesses to see events differently or to remember conversations that had never quite happened as they recalled them. Most valuably, they could sense the emotional and psychological states of those around them, reading the hidden currents of feeling and desire that determined how people would react in various situations. Yet with these abilities came strict ethical guidelines that governed how they could be used. The Black Rose had no interest in creating mindless servants or broken puppets. Their goal was to enhance human potential, not diminish it. Their magic was used to facilitate understanding and communication, to help people see possibilities they might otherwise have missed, to create opportunities for growth and achievement that would not have existed otherwise. The network that emerged from these methods was unlike any organization that had existed before. Its members were distributed throughout every level of Noxian society, yet they maintained their connections through subtle signals and carefully arranged encounters rather than regular meetings or formal structures. A merchant in the eastern provinces might receive crucial information about market conditions through a casual conversation with a traveler who happened to share his table at a roadside inn. A military commander might discover exactly the tactical insight he needed during a chance meeting with a scholar who was researching historical battles. To outside observers, these beneficial coincidences would seem like nothing more than good fortune, the kind of happy accidents that occasionally brightened anyone's life. Only those who understood the true scope of the Black Rose's operations could appreciate the incredible coordination and planning that made such coincidences possible on a regular basis. The intelligence-gathering capabilities that this network provided were unprecedented in their scope and accuracy. The Black Rose possessed detailed knowledge about political developments, economic trends, and social movements throughout the known world. They could predict the outcomes of elections, anticipate the results of military campaigns, and identify promising innovations before their creators had fully realized their potential. Yet this information was never hoarded or used purely for personal advantage. Instead, it flowed through the network in carefully controlled patterns, ensuring that the right people had access to the knowledge they needed to make good decisions. A governor struggling with food shortages might receive a timely suggestion about alternative grain sources. A general facing a difficult tactical situation might encounter exactly the historical precedent that suggested a winning strategy. The cumulative effect of these interventions was to gradually improve the quality of decision-making throughout Noxian society. Problems were solved more efficiently, opportunities were recognized and exploited more effectively, and conflicts were resolved through negotiation rather than violence. The empire grew stronger, not through conquest alone, but through the steady accumulation of wisdom and competence at every level of its operation. As the years passed and Leblanc's methods proved their effectiveness, the distinction between the Black Rose and the Noxian state itself began to blur in subtle but significant ways. The organization had not seized control of the government. Instead, they had made themselves indispensable to its successful operation. Their influence was exercised not through official positions or formal authority, but through their ability to ensure that good ideas flourished while bad ones withered away. This period of growth and refinement established patterns that would define the Black Rose for centuries to come. They became masters of the long game, thinking in terms of decades and generations rather than months and years. They developed an almost supernatural ability to adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining their essential character and purpose. Most importantly, they proved that it was possible to wield enormous influence while remaining largely invisible, to shape the course of history without claiming credit for their achievements. The art of deception, as Leblanc perfected it, was revealed to be something far more profound than simple trickery or misdirection. It was a way of understanding the fluid nature of identity and reality itself, a recognition that truth could take many forms and serve many purposes simultaneously. In mastering this art, she had created not just a more effective form of political organization, but a new way of thinking about the relationship between power and responsibility, between individual will and collective good. As we conclude this exploration of Leblanc's most creative and transformative period, we find ourselves confronting questions that reach far beyond the specific context of Noxian politics. In a world where perception shapes reality as much as reality shapes perception, where does the boundary lie between helpful guidance and harmful manipulation? And what does it mean to be authentic when authenticity itself might be just another form of performance, another mask we wear to navigate the complexities of human relationship? Chapter 4: Mordekaiser's Shadow. There are moments in history when the very foundations of reality seem to tremble, when forces beyond mortal comprehension break through the barriers that separate the possible from the impossible. Such moments test not only the courage of those who witness them, but their capacity to adapt, to learn, and ultimately to survive encounters with powers that dwarf any merely human ambition. For Leblanc, and the carefully cultivated organization she had built within the shadows of Noxian society, no such moment would prove more defining than their first encounter with the being who would become known as the Iron Revenant, Mordekaiser. In the quiet contemplation of distant events, it becomes possible to appreciate the profound transformation that occurred within the Black Rose during this crucial period. What had begun as a sophisticated network of political influence was forced to evolve into something far more complex, an organization capable of operating not just within the realm of human ambition and desire, but in the spaces where mortality itself became negotiable, where death was revealed to be merely another form of political arrangement. The first signs of Mordekaiser's presence in the world came not as dramatic proclamations or obvious displays of supernatural power, but as subtle disturbances in the patterns that Leblanc had spent decades learning to read. Reports filtered back from the northern provinces of tribal leaders who spoke with unusual authority about matters beyond their previous experience. Trade routes shifted as merchants found themselves inexplicably drawn towards certain destinations while avoiding others. Most tellingly, the carefully maintained balance of power between competing warlords began to tip in favor of those who seemed to possess knowledge and capabilities that exceeded their former limitations. Leblanc recognized these signs long before most observers understood their significance. Her network of informants and allies provided her with a detailed picture of emerging trends throughout the region, and her analytical mind was quick to perceive the common thread connecting seemingly unrelated developments. Someone or something was systematically expanding their influence through methods that paralleled her own, yet with a directness and scope that suggested capabilities far beyond anything she had encountered before. The investigation that followed revealed truths that challenged every assumption the Black Rose had made about the nature of power and its limitations. Through careful questioning of witnesses, analysis of artifacts, and the deployment of her most gifted magical practitioners, Leblanc gradually assembled a picture of an entity that defied conventional understanding. Here was a being who had apparently conquered death itself, who commanded legions of spectral warriors, who possessed knowledge spanning centuries of human conflict and ambition. Yet what made Mordekaiser truly dangerous was not his supernatural abilities, impressive though they were, but his understanding of the same fundamental principles that had guided Leblanc's own rise to influence. He recognized that true power lay not in crude displays of force, but in the patient cultivation of loyalty and dependency. His approach to conquest involved not the simple destruction of existing power structures, but their gradual transformation into extensions of his own will. The first direct contact between the two forces occurred through intermediaries who were unaware of the true nature of the entities they served. A minor noble in the northern provinces, one of Leblanc's carefully cultivated allies, found himself approached by representatives of what appeared to be another ambitious warlord, seeking alliance and mutual support. The negotiations that followed seemed routine enough. Discussions of trade agreements, military cooperation, and territorial boundaries that would benefit both parties. Only gradually did it become apparent that something unprecedented was occurring. The representatives of this northern power demonstrated knowledge of political and military developments throughout the region that exceeded what any conventional intelligence network could have provided. More disturbing still, they seemed to possess detailed information about the internal affairs of various city-states and tribal confederations, including knowledge of relationships and dependencies that the Black Rose had considered their own closely guarded secrets. Leblanc understood immediately that she was facing a challenge unlike any she had encountered before. This was not a conventional rival who could be outmaneuvered through superior planning or more sophisticated manipulation. This was an entity that operated on a scale and with capabilities that threatened to make her own carefully constructed network obsolete. More than that, it was clear that direct confrontation would be futile. Whatever Mordekaiser had become, it was beyond the reach of normal human opposition. The decision she made in response to this realization would define the character of the Black Rose for centuries to come. Rather than attempting to oppose or compete with this new force, she chose a path that required perhaps the greatest courage of all, the courage to acknowledge the limits of her own power and to plan for the long-term survival of everything she had built, even if that survival required temporary submission to a superior force. The preparations that followed were conducted with the same meticulous attention to detail that characterized all of the Black Rose's operations, but with an urgency and scope that exceeded anything they had attempted before. Secret archives were established in hidden locations throughout the Empire, containing not just records of their activities and membership, but detailed analyses of Mordekaiser's methods and capabilities. Training protocols were developed that would allow future generations of the organization to recognize and respond to similar threats. Most importantly, contingency plans were put in place that would enable the Black Rose to continue operating even under conditions of complete subjugation to an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. The philosophical framework that emerged from these preparations represented a fundamental evolution in Leblanc's thinking about the nature of power and resistance. She came to understand that true strength lay not in the ability to dominate others, but in the capacity to endure, to adapt, and to preserve essential values and capabilities even when circumstances made direct action impossible. The Black Rose would survive by becoming what they had always been in essence, a network of relationships and ideas that existed primarily in the minds and hearts of its members, rather than in any physical infrastructure that could be destroyed or controlled. When Mordekaiser's forces finally moved to consolidate their control over the northern provinces, the Black Rose was ready. Their members melted away from visible positions of authority, taking on the roles of minor functionaries, trusted servants and loyal supporters of the new regime. To outside observers, it appeared that Leblanc's organization had simply collapsed in the face of superior force. Its members either fled or converted to serve new masters. The reality was far more sophisticated. Operating under deep cover, the Black Rose began the patient process of studying their new overlord, learning his methods, understanding his strengths and weaknesses, and most importantly, identifying the conditions under which his power might eventually be challenged or circumvented. This was not a matter of weeks or months, but a commitment to a project that might span decades or even centuries. The intelligence they gathered during this period of apparent subjugation proved invaluable for understanding not just Mordekaiser himself, but the broader principles governing supernatural entities and their interaction with the mortal world. They learned that even beings who had transcended death remained dependent on certain forms of anchor to the material plane. They discovered that immortality often came with its own limitations and vulnerabilities. Most importantly, they understood that no power, regardless of its apparent absoluteness, was truly permanent or unchangeable. Leblanc herself adapted to the new circumstances with characteristic grace and intelligence. She appeared to accept Mordekaiser's dominance completely, taking on the role of a valued advisor who could provide insights into the complexities of governing diverse human populations. Her centuries of experience in political manipulation made her genuinely useful to the Iron Revenant, while her magical abilities allowed her to operate on a level that few of his other servants could match. Yet even as she served, she learned. Every conversation with Mordekaiser revealed new information about his origins, his motivations, and his long-term plans. Every interaction with his other lieutenants provided insights into the structure and operation of his supernatural hierarchy. Every observation of his methods of control suggested possible countermeasures that might be employed by a sufficiently prepared and patient opposition. The decades that followed were perhaps the most challenging period in the Black Rose's history, yet also among the most educational. Operating under conditions of total surveillance and complete subordination, they developed techniques for communication and coordination that would serve them well in future crises. They learned to think in terms of multiple generations, planning operations that would unfold over periods longer than any individual human lifetime. Most importantly, they discovered that their core values and methods could survive even the most extreme external pressures, emerging stronger and more refined from the experience of apparent defeat. The end of Mordekaiser's first reign came not through any direct action by the Black Rose, but through the intervention of external forces that the Iron Revenant had failed to anticipate or prepare for. Yet, when the opportunity for liberation finally arrived, Leblanc's organization was ready to act. The knowledge they had accumulated, the relationships they had preserved, and the contingency plans they had developed all proved their worth in the chaotic period that followed Mordekaiser's banishment. More importantly, the experience had taught them lessons that would prove invaluable when dealing with future threats of similar magnitude. They had learned to recognize the signs of supernatural intervention in mortal affairs, to distinguish between different types of otherworldly entities and their characteristic methods of operation. They had developed protocols for surviving periods of apparent defeat while maintaining the capacity for eventual resurgence. Perhaps most significantly, they had come to understand that their true purpose extended beyond mere political influence or even the advancement of Noxian interests. They were guardians of a form of knowledge and capability that might prove essential for humanity's survival in a world where forces beyond mortal comprehension could emerge without warning to reshape the fundamental nature of reality itself. The preparations they made for Mordekaiser's eventual return were based on this expanded understanding of their role and responsibilities. Secret facilities were established that would remain hidden and operational even under conditions of complete supernatural surveillance. Training programs were developed that would enable future generations to recognize and respond to similar threats. Most importantly, contingency plans were put in place that would ensure the preservation of essential knowledge and capabilities, regardless of whatever external pressures might be brought to bear. The philosophical evolution that accompanied these practical preparations was equally significant. Leblanc and her closest associates came to see themselves not merely as political actors seeking to advance particular interests, but as custodians of human potential in its broadest sense. Their mission was to ensure that the capacity for independent thought, creative problem-solving, and adaptive response to changing circumstances would survive even the most extreme challenges that the future might bring. This expanded sense of purpose gave new meaning to all of their activities, transforming what had once been primarily a matter of personal and political ambition into something approaching a sacred calling. They were not just building an organization that could survive and prosper, but preserving the essential qualities that made human civilization worth preserving in the first place. The network that emerged from this period of trial and transformation was far more resilient and sophisticated than anything they had built before. Its members understood that they were part of something larger than themselves, something that connected them not just to their immediate contemporaries, but to past and future generations who shared their commitment to human freedom and dignity. As our exploration of this crucial period in the Black Rose's development draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the profound questions that arise when mortal ambitions encounter forces that transcend the ordinary boundaries of life and death. The courage required to maintain hope and purpose in the face of apparently insurmountable opposition, the wisdom needed to distinguish between tactical retreat and fundamental surrender, the faith necessary to invest in plans that may not bear fruit for generations. These are challenges that test the very essence of what it means to be human. In facing the shadow of the Iron Revenant, Leblanc and her followers discovered that their greatest strength lay not in their ability to control external circumstances, but in their capacity to preserve and transmit the values and capabilities that would enable future generations to face their own challenges with similar courage and wisdom. Perhaps, as you reflect on this tale of endurance through apparent defeat, you might consider what aspects of human potential are so essential that they must be preserved regardless of the cost. And how does one maintain hope for the future when the present seems to offer nothing but the choice between submission and destruction? Chapter 5. The Grand General's Rise. In the grand theater of history, there are moments when the carefully orchestrated symphony of power encounters an unexpected note, a discord that threatens to unravel melodies that have played for centuries. Such was the emergence of Boram Darkwill, a figure whose rise to prominence would test every assumption Leblanc had made about the nature of political control and the malleability of human ambition. Tonight, as we settle into the comfortable rhythm of contemplation, let us explore how the Black Rose learned to dance with a partner who possessed both the cunning to recognize their influence and the strength to demand his own place upon the stage. The Noxus that existed in the years following Mordekaiser's banishment was a realm caught between its brutal past and an uncertain future. The old ways of simple conquest and direct domination still held sway in many quarters, yet the complexities of governing an expanding empire demanded more sophisticated approaches to leadership and administration. Into this environment of transition and possibility stepped a young officer whose military genius was matched only by his political acumen, qualities that would make him both an invaluable ally and a formidable challenge for the shadowy network that had grown accustomed to operating without serious opposition. Boram Darkwill first came to Leblanc's attention not through the usual channels of political intelligence, but through the more subtle indicators that her organization had learned to monitor during their long years of observation and analysis. His name appeared in reports from multiple provinces, always in connection with successful military operations that demonstrated not just tactical skill, but strategic thinking of unusual sophistication. More intriguingly, these successes seemed to follow patterns that suggested an understanding of the broader political implications of military action, an awareness that victory on the battlefield was meaningless unless it served larger purposes. The initial assessment conducted by the Black Rose's intelligence network revealed a figure of exceptional complexity. Darkwill possessed the military credentials expected of any ambitious Noxian officer: courage in battle, skill with weapons, the ability to inspire loyalty among his troops. Yet he also demonstrated qualities that were far less common among the warrior aristocracy: a voracious appetite for knowledge, a talent for languages and diplomacy, and most significantly, an intuitive grasp of the kind of long-term thinking that had always been the Black Rose's particular specialty. What made Darkwill truly dangerous from Leblanc's perspective was not his competence, impressive though it was, but his apparent immunity to the subtle forms of influence that had proven so effective with other ambitious leaders. Initial attempts to guide his decisions through the usual methods, carefully placed advice, strategic introductions, the creation of apparently favorable circumstances, met with responses that suggested he was not only aware of these techniques, but actively analyzing and countering them. Rather than the gradual cultivation of dependency that typically characterized Black Rose recruitment, Leblanc found herself engaged in something that resembled a complex negotiation conducted through intermediaries and implications, rather than direct communication. Darkwill seemed to understand that he was being evaluated and tested, yet instead of resentment or suspicion, he demonstrated a patient willingness to participate in this elaborate courtship while maintaining his own independence and initiative. The breakthrough in their relationship came during a particularly complex military campaign in the eastern provinces, where tribal confederations had formed an alliance that threatened to disrupt trade routes essential to Noxian prosperity. The conventional military response would have been a series of punitive expeditions designed to demonstrate superior force and compel submission through intimidation. Such an approach would likely have succeeded in the short term, but at the cost of creating lasting resentment and the need for permanent military occupation to maintain control. Darkwill proposed an alternative strategy that demonstrated both his military sophistication and his understanding of the political complexities involved. Rather than attacking the alliance directly, he suggested a campaign that would systematically isolate individual members of the Confederation by offering them more attractive alternatives to continued resistance. Some could be won over through trade concessions, others through marriages and cultural exchanges, still others through carefully targeted displays of military capability that demonstrated Noxian strength without actually requiring large-scale combat. The elegance of this approach was immediately apparent to Leblanc, yet what impressed her even more was the way Darkwill had arrived at it. His analysis of the situation revealed an understanding of human psychology and political dynamics that matched her own, yet derived from completely different sources of knowledge and experience. Where she relied on centuries of accumulated wisdom and the insights of an extensive intelligence network, he possessed an intuitive grasp of strategic thinking that seemed to emerge from pure intellectual ability combined with careful observation. The collaboration that developed during this campaign established patterns that would define their relationship for decades to come. Rather than the usual dynamic of hidden manipulator and unwitting subject, they found themselves operating as genuine partners, each contributing their particular strengths to shared objectives, while maintaining their own distinct spheres of influence and authority. Leblanc provided access to intelligence resources and analytical capabilities that would have taken Darkwill decades to develop independently. Her network could supply detailed information about the internal politics of target communities, the personal motivations and vulnerabilities of key leaders, the economic and cultural factors that influenced decision-making at every level of society. More subtly, she could create circumstances that made Darkwill's preferred strategies more likely to succeed, arranging for crucial information to reach the right people at precisely the right moments, ensuring that his diplomatic overtures were received favorably, manipulating the timing of events to maximize the psychological impact of his actions. In return, Darkwill offered something that the Black Rose had never possessed: legitimate authority that could be exercised openly and directly when circumstances required it. His growing reputation and official position within the Noxian military hierarchy provided cover for operations that might otherwise have attracted unwanted attention. His personal charisma and leadership abilities could inspire loyalty and enthusiasm in ways that even the most sophisticated manipulation could not duplicate. Most importantly, his genuine commitment to Noxian greatness served as a moral anchor that prevented the Black Rose's pursuit of efficiency from drifting into pure cynicism. The decades of Darkwill's rise through the ranks of Noxian leadership were marked by a series of campaigns and political initiatives that demonstrated the effectiveness of this partnership. The eastern provinces were integrated into the empire, not through conquest and subjugation, but through a carefully orchestrated process that made inclusion seem both inevitable and desirable. Trade networks expanded to encompass territories that had never before been accessible to Noxian merchants. Cultural exchanges brought new ideas and innovations that enriched all participants while strengthening the bonds that connected diverse communities to the imperial center. Perhaps most significantly, the military itself began to evolve under Darkwill's influence from a crude instrument of conquest into something more sophisticated, a force capable of projecting power through intimidation when necessary, but equally capable of serving as protectors, engineers, and administrators when circumstances called for those roles. This transformation reflected not just changes in military doctrine, but a fundamental shift in how Noxus understood its own identity and purpose. The process by which Darkwill ultimately achieved the position of Grand General was a masterpiece of political choreography that demonstrated the full potential of Black Rose capabilities when directed by someone who understood their methods from the inside. Rather than the dramatic coups or obvious power grabs that typically mark transitions of leadership in Noxian history, Darkwill's ascension appeared to unfold naturally, almost inevitably, as the logical culmination of a career marked by consistent success and growing recognition. Key rivals found themselves offered attractive opportunities that took them away from the centers of power at crucial moments. Potential allies discovered that their interests aligned perfectly with Darkwill's vision for Noxian development, Critical decisions were influenced by the timely appearance of information that made certain courses of action appear obviously preferable to the alternatives. Throughout this process, Darkwill's own actions remained above reproach. He neither sought advancement through obvious politicking, nor eliminated opposition through crude intimidation, yet somehow emerged as the consensus choice when the time came to select new leadership. The Noxus that emerged under Darkwill's rule was unlike anything the Empire had been before. Military expansion continued, but it was guided by strategic considerations that took into account not just immediate tactical advantage, but long-term sustainability and integration. Domestic policies emphasized infrastructure development and cultural advancement alongside traditional concerns with military readiness. Most importantly, the Empire began to develop a sense of purpose that transcended mere conquest. A vision of Noxian civilization as something worthy of respect and emulation rather than simply fear. Leblanc's role during this period was perhaps the most complex and challenging of her long career. She had found in Darkwill a partner whose capabilities matched her own, yet whose methods and priorities sometimes conflicted with approaches that had served the Black Rose well for centuries. Learning to collaborate with someone who could not be controlled or manipulated required her to develop new forms of flexibility and compromise that tested every assumption she had made about the nature of power and influence. The personal relationship that developed between them was equally complex, characterized by genuine mutual respect and shared commitment to Noxian greatness, yet complicated by the fundamental differences in their natures and backgrounds. Darkwill remained essentially human despite his exceptional abilities, subject to the limitations and vulnerabilities that mortality imposed. Leblanc's immortal perspective gave her advantages in long-term planning and strategic patience, but sometimes made it difficult for her to appreciate the urgency that drove mortal ambitions. Their philosophical differences were most apparent in their approaches to the question of individual agency versus systemic control. Darkwill believed fundamentally in the power of exceptional individuals to shape history through force of will and superior capability. His vision of Noxian greatness was built around the idea that the Empire could achieve unprecedented heights by identifying and empowering its most talented citizens, regardless of their origins or backgrounds. Leblanc's perspective was more sophisticated, but also more pessimistic. Her centuries of experience had taught her that individuals, no matter how exceptional, were ultimately limited by their mortality and their psychological constraints. True change, she believed, could only be achieved through the patient cultivation of institutions and cultural patterns that would persist beyond any single generation. The Black Rose represented her attempt to create such an institution, a network of relationships and shared values that could survive the rise and fall of particular leaders while maintaining its essential character and purpose. These differences in perspective occasionally led to tensions, particularly when immediate tactical decisions had to be made that reflected broader strategic philosophies. Yet more often, they proved complementary, with Darkwill's focus on maximizing current opportunities, balancing Leblanc's concern with long-term consequences and systemic stability. The empire that emerged from their collaboration was stronger and more sophisticated than either could have created independently. Darkwill's leadership provided the vision and energy necessary to inspire great achievements, while Leblanc's network ensured that these achievements were built upon foundations solid enough to endure whatever challenges the future might bring. As our exploration of this remarkable partnership draws to a close, we find ourselves reflecting on the delicate balance between competing approaches to leadership and influence. The relationship between Leblanc and Darkwill demonstrated that even the most sophisticated forms of manipulation could be transcended by genuine collaboration based on mutual respect and shared purpose. Yet their story also revealed the fundamental tensions that exist between different philosophies of power and change. In a world where both individual agency and systemic influence play crucial roles in determining outcomes, how does one balance the immediate needs of the present with the long-term requirements of the future? And what happens when two exceptional minds, each committed to the same ultimate goals, discover that their methods for achieving those goals may be fundamentally incompatible? Chapter 6. The Demon's Bargain. There exists in the darkest corners of human experience a particular moment of recognition, when carefully laid plans encounter forces that transcend all previous understanding, when the comfortable certainties of a lifetime dissolve in the face of realities too vast and alien to comprehend. For Leblanc, whose centuries of existence had accustomed her to operating as the unseen architect of events, no moment would prove more transformative than her first glimpse into the mind of Jericho Swain and the demonic presence that had chosen him as its vessel. The signs of fundamental change had been accumulating for months before most observers recognized their significance. Reports filtered back from the Ionian front of unusual developments that defied conventional military analysis, strategic decisions that seemed to emerge from sources of intelligence far beyond what any human commander should have possessed, tactical innovations that suggested an understanding of battlefield psychology that bordered on the supernatural, most disturbing of all, a quality of ruthless efficiency that seemed to reflect not just exceptional competence, but access to knowledge that transcended mortal limitations. Leblanc's network had been monitoring the career of Jericho Swain since his earliest days as a junior officer, recognizing in him the kind of analytical mind and strategic vision that might eventually prove useful to the Black Rose's long-term objectives. His background as a minor noble from the Noxian heartland offered no particular advantages, yet his academic achievements and early military record suggested capabilities that deserved careful cultivation and possible recruitment. The transformation that occurred during his service in Ionia marked a dramatic departure from these modest expectations. The young officer who had departed for the Eastern Front as a competent but unremarkable member of Darkwill's staff returned as something altogether different, a figure whose presence seemed to alter the very atmosphere of rooms he entered, whose insights into political and military matters demonstrated a depth of understanding that could not be explained by conventional experience or education. The first direct contact between Swain and the Black Rose occurred through carefully arranged circumstances that were designed to appear entirely natural. A diplomatic reception at the Immortal Bastion provided the opportunity for casual conversation between the recently returned officer and several individuals who were known to move in elevated social circles. These interactions, monitored and analyzed by Leblanc's most skilled observers, revealed details that would have been merely intriguing in any other context but proved genuinely alarming when considered as a complete picture. Swain demonstrated knowledge of political developments throughout the Empire that exceeded what should have been available to someone of his rank and position. More troubling still, his analysis of these developments reflected an understanding of cause and effect relationships that suggested access to information about the internal operations of various government departments and noble houses, information that the Black Rose had assumed was available only to their own intelligence network. Most disturbing of all was the subtle but unmistakable sense that Swain was conducting his own evaluation of those he encountered, that behind his courteous exterior was a calculating intelligence that was gathering and cataloging details about relationships and dependencies that had taken the Black Rose decades to map and understand. The hunter, it seemed, had become the hunted, though the full implications of this reversal would not become apparent until much later. The investigation that followed required the deployment of the Black Rose's most sophisticated surveillance capabilities, yet even these proved inadequate to penetrate the mystery surrounding Swain's transformation. Magical scrying revealed only fragmentary impressions, glimpses of darkness that seemed to move independently of natural shadow, fleeting suggestions of presence that registered on mystical senses without corresponding to any visible phenomenon. Attempts at more direct magical investigation were met with countermeasures of surprising sophistication, as if Swain himself had become a nexus of protective enchantments that deflected scrutiny while offering no obvious clues about their source or nature. The breakthrough came not through deliberate investigation but through one of those fortunate accidents that occasionally illuminate truths too carefully hidden for systematic discovery. During a routine intelligence-gathering operation focused on Darkwill's inner circle, one of Leblanc's agents witnessed a private conversation between the Grand General and his protégé that revealed the true scope of what had occurred during Swain's service in Ionia. The demonic entity that had chosen Swain as its vessel was unlike anything in Leblanc's considerable experience with supernatural phenomena. Where other demons she had encountered were creatures of simple appetite, beings whose motivations could be understood in terms of hunger for particular forms of energy or experience. This entity demonstrated a sophistication of purpose that suggested intelligence and planning capabilities that rivaled her own. Ram, as the demon called itself, appeared to be engaged in a project of enormous scope and complexity, one that involved not just the acquisition of power, but the fundamental transformation of how power was understood and exercised. Through its connection with Swain, it had gained access to forms of knowledge that spanned centuries of human conflict and political development. Yet it was using this knowledge not for crude domination, but for something far more subtle. The gradual reshaping of Noxian society, according to principles that reflected neither purely human nor purely demonic values. Some hybrid philosophy that incorporated elements of both. The strategic implications of this development were staggering. Had built the Black Rose on the assumption that she was the most sophisticated political actor operating within Noxian society, that her combination of immortal perspective, magical capabilities, and centuries of accumulated knowledge gave her advantages that no potential rival could match. The emergence of Swain and his demonic patron threatened to invalidate all of these assumptions, introducing into the political equation a player whose capabilities were not just different from her own, but potentially superior in crucial respects. Yet, even as she recognized the magnitude of the challenge that Swain represented, Leblanc found herself oddly impressed by the elegance of his approach to the acquisition and exercise of influence. Where lesser demons might have simply overwhelmed their human hosts, reducing them to mere puppets for the expression of alien will, Raum had chosen a more sophisticated path, one that enhanced Swain's natural capabilities while preserving his essential humanity and independence of thought. The partnership between demon and mortal that she observed was unlike anything she had encountered in her extensive study of supernatural phenomena. Rather than the typical pattern of corruption and gradual dominance that characterized most demonic possessions, this relationship appeared to be genuinely collaborative, with both parties contributing their particular strengths to shared objectives while maintaining their distinct identities and perspectives. Swain's political maneuvering during the months following his return from Ionia demonstrated this enhanced capability in ways that gradually became impossible to ignore. His rise through the ranks of Darkwill's administration was marked by a series of policy initiatives and strategic innovations that reflected not just exceptional competence, but access to forms of analysis and prediction that exceeded purely human capabilities. Trade negotiations were concluded on terms that seemed favorable to all parties, yet somehow advanced Noxian interests in ways that would not become apparent until years later. Military reorganizations were implemented that appeared to be routine administrative adjustments, yet fundamentally altered the balance of power between competing factions within the army. Most significantly, Swain began to assemble around himself a circle of advisors and supporters whose loyalty seemed to transcend ordinary political calculation. These individuals came from diverse backgrounds and possessed varying degrees of talent and ambition, yet they shared a common quality of absolute commitment to their leader that suggested something more profound than mere career advancement or personal enrichment. Leblanc recognized in this pattern of recruitment something that paralleled her own methods, yet with a directness and efficiency that her more subtle approaches could not match. Where the Black Rose cultivated influence through the patient manipulation of existing relationships and dependencies, Swain seemed capable of inspiring genuine devotion through direct appeal to values and aspirations that resonated with his followers' deepest convictions. The philosophical challenge that this represented was perhaps even more significant than the practical political threat. Leblanc had built her entire approach to power on the assumption that humans were fundamentally predictable, that their behavior could be analyzed and influenced through the systematic application of psychological insights and emotional manipulation. Swain's success suggested that there might be alternative approaches to leadership that operated through different principles entirely, methods that appealed not to weakness and self-interest, but to strength and idealism. The period of careful observation and analysis that followed revealed the full sophistication of what Swain was attempting to achieve. His vision for Noxian development extended far beyond mere territorial expansion or military dominance to encompass a fundamental transformation of how the Empire understood its own identity and purpose. He spoke of strength not as the ability to dominate others, but as the capacity to overcome obstacles and achieve objectives that seemed impossible through conventional means. His concept of conquest involved not just the acquisition of territory, but the winning of hearts and minds, through demonstration of superior capability and commitment to shared values. Most intriguingly, his approach to governance reflected an understanding of the same long-term thinking that had always been the Black Rose's particular specialty, yet applied with a directness and transparency that made traditional forms of manipulation seem crude and unnecessary by comparison. Where Leblanc operated through shadow and indirection, Swain achieved similar results through open appeal to reason and shared interest. The careful courtship that developed between these two extraordinary figures was conducted with all the delicacy and sophistication that such a situation demanded. Neither could afford to ignore the other, yet neither could risk the kind of direct confrontation that might prove mutually destructive. Instead, they engaged in an elaborate diplomatic dance that allowed each to assess the other's capabilities and intentions, while maintaining the flexibility necessary for whatever relationship might eventually emerge. Leblanc's initial overtures were made through intermediaries who could plausibly claim to be acting on their own initiative, offering access to information and resources that might prove useful to Swain's growing influence within Darkwill's administration. These gestures were carefully calibrated to demonstrate good faith without revealing the full scope of the Black Rose's capabilities or creating dangerous dependencies that might be exploited by a hostile recipient. Swain's response was equally sophisticated, accepting these offerings with gracious acknowledgement while making it clear that he understood their true source and significance. His own communications, delivered through similarly indirect channels, conveyed respect for Leblanc's achievements while establishing that he considered himself an equal partner in any future collaboration rather than a potential subordinate or recruit. The negotiations that gradually developed from these tentative beginnings established patterns of interaction that would define their relationship for years to come, rather than the hierarchical structures that typically characterized either Bloody Rose operations or conventional political alliances. They created something more like a treaty between sovereign powers, an agreement that recognized each party's sphere of influence while establishing protocols for coordination and mutual support when their interests aligned. The transformation of Noxian politics that resulted from this unprecedented collaboration between mortal genius and demonic insight, guided by immortal wisdom and centuries of accumulated political experience, was gradual yet profound. Policies were implemented that served multiple constituencies while advancing strategic objectives that extended far beyond any single administration's tenure. International relationships were cultivated that created new opportunities for both diplomatic and economic expansion. Most importantly, the Empire began to develop institutional structures that were designed to adapt and evolve with changing circumstances rather than simply maintaining existing arrangements through force or tradition. As our exploration of this crucial period draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the profound questions that arise when different forms of intelligence and capability encounter one another in the arena of political action. The relationship between Leblanc and Swain demonstrated that even the most fundamental differences in nature and perspective could be transcended through genuine respect and shared commitment to worthy objectives. Yet their story also revealed the delicate balance that must be maintained when supernatural forces become involved in purely human affairs. In a world where demons offer knowledge and power in exchange for influence, where immortal beings shape events from shadows, where the very nature of identity becomes fluid and negotiable, how does one preserve the essential qualities that make human civilization worth protecting? And what price is too high to pay for the wisdom and capability necessary to secure a better future for generations yet unborn? Chapter 7. Enemies and Rivals. In the quiet hours when shadows hold their deepest secrets and the past whispers its most painful truths, we encounter those relationships that shape us not through harmony but through opposition, not through alliance, but through the grinding friction of conflicting wills. For Leblanc, whose existence had been defined by the careful cultivation of influence and the subtle manipulation of human desire, no relationship would prove more complex or enduring than her connection to Vladimir, the Crimson Reaper, whose own immortality had been purchased through methods that made even her supernatural longevity seem almost wholesome by comparison. The origins of their association stretched back through centuries of shared history to a time when the Black Rose was still finding its identity, and Vladimir was merely another ambitious noble seeking to carve out his place in the brutal hierarchy of early Noxian society. In those distant days, before either had fully understood the implications of the paths they had chosen, there had been something approaching genuine partnership, a meeting of exceptional minds that recognized in each other the kind of rare intelligence and long-term vision that transcended the crude ambitions of their contemporaries. Vladimir's introduction to the hemomantic arts had come through channels that the Black Rose had helped to facilitate, though Leblanc would later come to question the wisdom of that early assistance. She had recognized in the young noble a combination of intellectual curiosity and ruthless pragmatism that seemed ideally suited to the kind of patient, methodical approach that her organization valued. His fascination with the more esoteric aspects of magical theory suggested someone who could appreciate the subtle complexities of influence and manipulation that formed the core of Black Rose philosophy. The transformation that hemomancy wrought upon Vladimir exceeded even Leblanc's considerable expectations. Where she had anticipated the cultivation of a valuable ally whose enhanced capabilities would serve the broader objectives of her organization, she found herself dealing with something far more problematic. An individual whose newfound power had fundamentally altered his relationship not just to mortality, but to the very concepts of loyalty and cooperation that held human societies together. The blood magic that Vladimir mastered was unlike any other form of supernatural enhancement that Leblanc had encountered, where her own immortality was achieved through the careful manipulation of identity and perception, allowing her to exist as a collection of possibilities rather than a single fixed form. Vladimir's approach was brutally direct, the literal consumption of life force from others to sustain and enhance his own existence. This difference in methodology reflected deeper philosophical divisions that would eventually make their continued association impossible. The first signs of serious discord emerged during a complex operation in the southern provinces, where competing noble houses had become embroiled in a succession dispute that threatened to destabilize an entire region. The Black Rose's preferred approach involved the careful manipulation of existing grievances and relationships, gradually steering the various factions toward a resolution that would serve broader Noxian interests while appearing to emerge naturally from the participants' own choices and preferences. Vladimir's contribution to this effort demonstrated both his enhanced capabilities and his fundamental misunderstanding of the subtleties involved. Rather than the patient cultivation of influence that characterized Black Rose methods, he employed more direct techniques, the strategic elimination of key figures through methods that appeared to be natural deaths, the application of mental influence through blood magic to alter the decision-making processes of crucial participants, most disturbingly, the manipulation of existing blood relationships to create dependencies and loyalties that had no basis in genuine feeling or shared interest. While these methods achieved immediate tactical success, they violated principles that Leblanc considered essential to the long-term viability of any political organization. The Black Rose operated on the assumption that true influence could only be exercised through the enhancement of existing human capabilities and motivations, not through their replacement with artificial alternatives. Vladimir's approach threatened to transform their carefully cultivated network of allies and assets into a collection of puppets whose apparent loyalty would evaporate the moment his direct control was removed. The philosophical debate that ensued revealed fundamental differences in how they understood the nature of power and its proper application. Leblanc argued that sustainable influence required the preservation of human agency, that people could only be truly reliable when they served willingly, based on their own understanding of their interests and values. Vladimir countered that such approaches were unnecessarily complex and inefficient, that the direct application of superior force, whether physical, magical, or psychological, was both more honest and more effective than the elaborate deceptions that characterized traditional Black Rose operations. Their disagreement extended beyond mere tactical considerations to encompass deeper questions about the relationship between enhanced individuals and ordinary human society. Leblanc had always seen her immortality and magical capabilities as tools for the protection and advancement of human civilization, accepting the isolation and sacrifice that such a role demanded as the price of serving purposes larger than personal ambition. Vladimir viewed his enhanced state as evidence of his fundamental superiority to ordinary mortals, justifying the use of others as resources for his own advancement and enjoyment. The gradual deterioration of their relationship was marked by a series of increasingly serious conflicts over specific operations and general strategy. Vladimir began to pursue independent initiatives that served his personal interests while potentially compromising broader Black Rose objectives. His recruitment methods attracted individuals whose loyalty was based on fear or magical compulsion rather than genuine conviction, creating security risks that threatened the entire organization's carefully maintained secrecy. Most problematically, his growing influence within certain sectors of Noxian society began to create alternative power structures that operated according to principles fundamentally incompatible with Black Rose philosophy. Where Leblanc's network was built on relationships of mutual benefit and shared vision, Vladimir's followers were bound together by dependencies and obligations that could only be maintained through the constant application of supernatural coercion. The formal break between them came during a crisis that tested both their individual capabilities and their capacity for continued cooperation. A rival organization had emerged within the Empire, a collection of ambitious nobles and military officers who had somehow discovered evidence of Black Rose activities and were attempting to expose and neutralize what they perceived as a foreign conspiracy operating within Noxian society. Leblanc's response to this threat embodied the principles that had guided her organization throughout its history. Rather than direct confrontation, she initiated a complex campaign of misdirection and counterintelligence designed to discredit the accusations while eliminating the genuine security risks they represented. The plan required careful coordination between multiple assets operating in different regions, precise timing to ensure that various elements of the operation reinforced each other without revealing their common source, and most importantly, absolute discipline to avoid any actions that might provide confirmation of the very accusations they were attempting to refute. Vladimir's contribution to this effort was characteristically direct and ultimately counterproductive. Rather than participating in the carefully orchestrated campaign that Leblanc had designed, he chose to eliminate several key members of the rival organization through methods that were both obviously supernatural and clearly intended to send a message to potential future opponents. While these actions succeeded in disrupting the immediate threat, they also provided evidence that confirmed the existence of exactly the kind of shadowy conspiracy that the organization had been investigating. The aftermath of this crisis required extensive damage control that consumed resources and attention that could have been directed toward more constructive purposes. More significantly, it demonstrated that continued association with Vladimir represented a fundamental threat to the Black Rose's most essential operational principle, the maintenance of plausible deniability that allowed them to operate without attracting the kind of systematic opposition that would make their continued existence impossible. The separation that followed was conducted with all the ceremony and formality that such a significant relationship deserved, rather than the bitter recriminations and mutual destruction that might have characterized the end of a more conventional partnership. Both parties recognized that their differences reflected genuine philosophical principles rather than mere personal animosity. They established protocols for avoiding future conflicts, while maintaining the possibility of limited cooperation when circumstances demanded it. Vladimir's subsequent activities within Noxian society reflected his liberation from the constraints that Black Rose membership had imposed, yet also demonstrated the fundamental limitations of approaches to power that relied primarily on supernatural enhancement rather than human understanding. His influence grew within certain circles, particularly among those who valued immediate results over long-term sustainability, yet his impact on broader imperial policy remained limited by his inability to inspire the kind of genuine loyalty and commitment that characterized more traditional forms of leadership. The organization that Vladimir created around himself bore some superficial resemblance to the Black Rose, yet lacked the philosophical depth and institutional resilience that had allowed Leblanc's network to survive and adapt through centuries of changing circumstances. His followers served him effectively within their particular spheres of competence, yet showed little capacity for independent initiative or creative problem-solving when faced with situations that exceeded their specific training and preparation. Perhaps most tellingly, Vladimir's approach to immortality created a form of isolation that was qualitatively different from the solitude that Leblanc had learned to accept as the price of her own extended existence. Where she maintained genuine relationships based on mutual respect and shared purpose, his connections to others were fundamentally transactional, arrangements that provided him with necessary resources and services, while offering his partners protection and advancement in return for their continued cooperation. The competition that developed between their respective organizations was conducted according to rules that reflected their different philosophies and capabilities, rather than the crude conflicts that characterized most rivalries within Noxian society. Their opposition took the form of an elaborate game played out across decades, with each side attempting to advance their interests while limiting the other's influence without resorting to methods that would escalate their conflict beyond manageable bounds. Leblanc's advantages in this competition stemmed from the Black Rose's superior intelligence capabilities and deeper understanding of the psychological factors that determined human behavior. Her network could anticipate Vladimir's moves with reasonable accuracy while maintaining sufficient flexibility to adapt their own strategies as circumstances changed. More importantly, the genuine loyalty that characterized Black Rose membership created a level of security and reliability that Vladimir's more coercive methods could not duplicate. Vladimir's strengths lay in his personal capabilities and the direct nature of his influence over those within his immediate sphere of control. When situations required rapid response or the application of overwhelming force, his methods proved more effective than the consensus-building approaches that the Black Rose typically employed. His immortality also provided him with the kind of strategic patience that allowed him to wait for optimal opportunities while maintaining pressure on opponents through persistent but low-level harassment. The dynamic equilibrium that eventually emerged between them created a form of stability that served both their interests while contributing to the broader strength and resilience of Noxian society. Their competition drove each organization to higher levels of efficiency and sophistication, while their different approaches to similar problems provided alternative solutions that could be employed as circumstances dictated. Yet beneath this surface accommodation lay deeper tensions that reflected fundamental disagreements about the nature of power and its proper application. Vladimir's acceptance of methods that Leblanc considered morally unacceptable created a constant source of friction that required careful management to prevent escalation into open conflict. His willingness to sacrifice long-term stability for immediate advantage threatened to undermine the carefully maintained balance that allowed both organizations to operate within the same political environment. As our exploration of this complex and enduring rivalry draws to a close, we find ourselves confronting questions that reach beyond the specific circumstances of Noxian politics to touch the very foundations of how exceptional individuals relate to the societies that produced them. The relationship between Leblanc and Vladimir demonstrated both the possibilities and the dangers inherent in partnerships between beings whose capabilities transcend normal human limitations. Their story reveals the delicate balance that must be maintained between the pursuit of individual excellence and the preservation of the social bonds that make collective achievement possible. In a world where power can be enhanced through supernatural means, where immortality transforms the very nature of human relationship and obligation, how does one preserve the values and commitments that give meaning to extended existence? And what happens when the pursuit of capability becomes disconnected from the purposes that originally justified its acquisition? Chapter 8. The Trifarian Conspiracy. In the intricate dance of power, there are moments when the music changes so fundamentally that even the most skilled dancers must learn entirely new steps or risk being swept aside by rhythms they no longer recognize. For Leblanc, whose centuries of existence had been devoted to mastering the subtle arts of influence within traditional hierarchical structures, no challenge would prove more demanding than Swain's revolutionary transformation of Noxian governance through the establishment of the Trifarian, a system that distributed power among three distinct principles rather than concentrating it within a single supreme authority. The overthrow of Borum Dark Will had been conducted with a precision that Leblanc could not help but admire, even as she recognized the profound threat it represented to everything she had built over the preceding decades. Swain's coup was not the crude military takeover that Noxian tradition might have suggested, but a carefully orchestrated political revolution that transformed the fundamental nature of imperial governance while maintaining the appearance of continuity and legitimate succession. The Trifarian system that emerged from this transformation represented a philosophical approach to leadership that challenged every assumption the Black Rose had made about the nature of power and its proper exercise. Rather than the centralized authority that had characterized Noxian rule throughout its history, Swain proposed a structure based on the balance between three complementary yet distinct forms of capability: vision, represented by his own strategic genius, and demonic insight; might, embodied by the military prowess that had always been central to Noxian identity; guile, the realm of intelligence and subtle manipulation that had traditionally been the Black Rose's particular domain. The elegance of this arrangement was immediately apparent to Leblanc, yet so too was the existential challenge it represented. By formally acknowledging and institutionalizing the kind of influence that her organization had exercised from the shadows, Swain had simultaneously validated their importance and threatened to make their continued independence impossible. The Trifarian offered the Black Rose a path to unprecedented official recognition and authority, yet accepting such a role would require them to abandon the very secrecy and flexibility that had been the source of their effectiveness for centuries. The initial period following the establishment of the new system was marked by careful maneuvering on all sides, as the various players attempted to understand the implications of the changed political landscape. Swain's own position as the embodiment of vision was secured through his combination of legitimate military achievement, popular support among key constituencies, and the supernatural capabilities that his demonic patron provided. His control over this aspect of the Trifarian was absolute, yet he had deliberately designed the system to require cooperation from the other two pillars for the implementation of major policy initiatives. The struggle to control the principle of might proved less complex than Leblanc had anticipated. The military reorganization that accompanied the political transformation had elevated Darius to a position of unprecedented authority, yet his approach to leadership remained fundamentally straightforward: the direct application of superior force in service of clearly defined objectives. While Darius possessed both the competence and the loyalty necessary to serve as an effective partner in the new system, his lack of interest in the subtleties of political manipulation made him a relatively predictable factor in the evolving power dynamics. The question of guile represented a far more complex challenge. Swain's public statements suggested that this position might be filled through some form of formal appointment or election, yet Leblanc understood that the true contest would be determined through the demonstration of capabilities rather than the accumulation of votes or official endorsements. The candidate who proved most effective at gathering intelligence, predicting opponents' moves, and implementing subtle forms of influence would earn recognition as the legitimate representative of this principle regardless of their formal credentials. The competition that ensued was unlike anything in the Black Rose's previous experience. Rather than operating through intermediaries and maintaining plausible deniability, they found themselves engaged in a form of public demonstration that required them to reveal aspects of their capabilities while maintaining sufficient operational security to preserve their long-term effectiveness. The challenge was comparable to that faced by a master craftsman who must prove their skill through public performance while protecting the trade secrets that make such skill possible. Leblanc's response to this situation demonstrated the flexibility and innovation that had characterized her approach to political challenges throughout her extended career. Rather than attempting to compete directly for official recognition within the Trifarian structure, she chose to create a more sophisticated arrangement that would allow the Black Rose to exercise the substance of power while avoiding the constraints and vulnerabilities that formal authority would impose. The solution she devised involved the identification and cultivation of a suitable candidate who could serve as the public face of Guile while remaining fundamentally dependent on Black Rose support and guidance. This individual would need to possess sufficient competence to maintain credibility within the Trifarian system, yet lack the independent capabilities that might eventually lead them to challenge or abandon their patron's interests. The process of selecting and preparing such a candidate required all of the psychological insight and strategic planning that the Black Rose had developed over centuries of similar operations, yet with additional complexities imposed by the unprecedented nature of the situation. The chosen individual would be subject to intense scrutiny from both Swain and Darius, both of whom possessed the intelligence and experience necessary to detect obvious forms of manipulation or control. More challengingly, they would need to operate effectively within a system designed specifically to balance and constrain the kind of influence that the Black Rose traditionally exercised. The candidate who emerged from this careful selection process was a figure whose background and capabilities perfectly suited the delicate requirements of the position. Katerina de Coteau possessed the aristocratic credentials necessary to command respect within traditional Noxian power circles, yet her personal history included enough failure and disappointment to create the kind of psychological vulnerability that could be exploited through careful manipulation. Her genuine skills as an assassin and intelligence operative provided the foundation for credible performance within the Trifarian structure, while her emotional instability and need for validation created opportunities for the kind of subtle influence that the Black Rose had perfected. The cultivation of this relationship required perhaps the most sophisticated psychological manipulation that Leblanc had ever attempted, rather than the direct approach that might have been employed with a more conventional target. Katerina's recruitment involved the gradual creation of circumstances that made cooperation with the Black Rose seem like her own idea, the logical extension of her personal goals and values rather than submission to external direction. The process began with the strategic elimination of rival candidates for the position of Guile, conducted through methods that appeared to result from conventional political competition rather than coordinated opposition. Katerina's own advancement within the relevant power structures was facilitated through the careful provision of intelligence and opportunities that enhanced her reputation, while creating subtle dependencies on continued Black Rose support. Most importantly, Leblanc invested considerable effort in understanding and addressing the psychological factors that motivated Katerina's behavior. The younger woman's relationship with her father, her competitive dynamic with her brother Talon, her need to prove herself worthy of the family name. All of these elements were carefully analyzed and incorporated into a comprehensive strategy designed to ensure long-term loyalty through the satisfaction of genuine emotional needs, rather than mere tactical convenience. The success of this approach became apparent as Katerina gradually assumed her role within the Trifarian system. Her performance exceeded even Leblanc's considerable expectations, demonstrating not just competence in the gathering and analysis of intelligence, but genuine innovation in the development of new methods for projecting Noxian influence throughout the known world. More importantly, her integration into the system appeared completely natural to outside observers, including Swain himself, who seemed to regard her as a legitimate partner rather than a potential threat or obviously controlled asset. Yet even as the Black Rose achieved this remarkable success in adapting to the new political reality, Leblanc remained acutely aware of the fundamental tensions that the Trifarian system created for her organization's long-term survival and effectiveness. The form, a recognition of guile as one of the three pillars of Noxian governance, had elevated the kind of activities that the Black Rose specialized in from shadowy conspiracy to legitimate governmental function. Yet this transformation brought with it expectations and constraints that threatened to undermine the very qualities that had made such activities effective in the first place. The most significant of these challenges was the question of accountability and oversight. Operating within the Trifarian structure required a level of transparency and coordination that was fundamentally incompatible with the compartmentalized, secretive methods that had protected the Black Rose from discovery and infiltration for centuries. Information had to be shared with partners who might not understand its sensitivity. Operations had to be coordinated with individuals who lacked the training and discipline necessary to maintain operational security. Most problematically, decisions had to be justified to authorities who might not appreciate the long-term considerations that made certain actions necessary. The gradual adaptation to these new requirements involved a fundamental reorganization of Black Rose operations that preserved their essential capabilities while creating new structures and procedures designed to meet the demands of semi-official status. Traditional cells and networks were maintained for activities that required complete secrecy, yet new organizational elements were created to handle the kinds of operations that could be conducted within the Trifarian framework without compromising broader objectives. The intelligence sharing protocols that emerged from this process represented a masterpiece of institutional design that balanced the need for cooperation with the requirements of operational security. Information was categorized according to its sensitivity and strategic importance, with different levels of access granted to various participants in the expanded network. Swain and his inner circle received briefings that provided them with the insights necessary for effective decision-making, while protecting the sources and methods that made such insights possible. Lower-level officials and partners received carefully filtered information that served their immediate needs without revealing the broader patterns and relationships that defined the true scope of Black Rose activities. Perhaps most innovatively, Leblanc developed new forms of indirect influence that operated through the formal structures of the Trifarian system rather than around them. Rather than manipulating individual decision-makers through psychological pressure or emotional exploitation, the Black Rose began to shape policy outcomes through the strategic presentation of information and analysis that guided officials toward conclusions that served broader organizational objectives. This approach required far more sophisticated understanding of bureaucratic psychology and institutional dynamics than traditional methods. Yet it offered the advantage of creating sustainable influence that would persist even if particular individuals were replaced or transferred. The success of these adaptations became apparent as the Trifarian system matured and demonstrated its effectiveness in addressing the complex challenges of imperial governance. Noxian policy became more sophisticated and nuanced, reflecting the kind of long-term strategic thinking that had always been the Black Rose's particular contribution to imperial decision-making. International relationships improved as diplomatic initiatives began to incorporate the kind of psychological insight and cultural sensitivity that effective intelligence gathering made possible. Most importantly, the Empire's capacity for adapting to changing circumstances was enhanced through the systematic integration of different forms of expertise and perspective. Yet even as Leblanc celebrated these achievements, she remained troubled by questions about the long-term implications of the Trifarian experiment for both the Black Rose and Noxian society more broadly. The formal institutionalization of the kind of influence that her organization had exercised informally created new opportunities for recognition and advancement, yet it also established precedents and expectations that might prove difficult to manage if circumstances changed in unexpected ways. The relationship between the three pillars of the Trifarian remained stable during the initial years of the system's operation, yet Leblanc understood that such stability depended on the continued cooperation of individuals whose fundamental interests and values were not necessarily aligned over the long term. Swain's vision for Noxian development, Darius's commitment to military excellence, and the Black Rose's focus on institutional resilience and adaptability created a functional partnership, yet one that might fracture if external pressures or internal contradictions became too severe to manage through negotiation and compromise. As our exploration of this revolutionary period in Noxian governance draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the delicate balance between innovation and tradition, between the benefits of formal recognition and the advantages of operating in shadow. The Trifarians represented an unprecedented experiment in the distribution and coordination of power, one that offered new possibilities for effective governance while creating new vulnerabilities and dependencies. The Black Rose's adaptation to this transformed political landscape demonstrated both their remarkable flexibility and their deep understanding of the fundamental principles that govern human organization and cooperation. Yet, their success also raised profound questions about the nature of influence and accountability in systems where power is exercised through institutional structures rather than personal relationships. In a world where the traditional boundaries between official and unofficial authority have become blurred, how does one maintain the capacity for independent action while meeting the obligations that formal participation in governance creates? And what happens when the very success of adaptation threatens to transform an organization so fundamentally that it loses the essential qualities that made adaptation possible in the first place? Chapter 9. Across the Narrow Sea. Beyond the familiar territories of Noxian influence, where ancient stones remember the footsteps of emperors and the very air carries whispers of conquest, lies a wider world of possibilities and perils that few within the Empire's borders have ever truly comprehended. Tonight, as we venture beyond the comfortable certainties of home, let us explore how Leblanc's vision expanded to encompass not merely the transformation of a single realm, but the gradual weaving of influence across continents, creating networks of understanding and dependency that would ultimately reshape the very nature of international relations. The Black Rose's expansion beyond Noxian borders began not as a matter of imperial ambition, but as a natural extension of the philosophical principles that had guided the organization from its earliest days. Leblanc understood that true security could never be achieved through isolation, that the forces which threatened stability and progress within any single nation inevitably had their origins in broader patterns of conflict and competition that spanned the known world. To protect what they had built within Noxus, the Black Rose would need to understand and ultimately influence the currents of change that flowed between all the great powers of Runeterra. The initial forays into foreign territories were conducted with the same careful preparation and subtle methodology that had characterized domestic operations, yet with additional complexities imposed by the need to operate within unfamiliar cultural and political contexts. Each new region presented unique challenges, different languages, customs, and social structures that required extensive study before effective influence could be established. More fundamentally, each expansion required the development of new philosophical frameworks that could bridge the gap between Noxian values and local traditions, without compromising the essential principles that gave the Black Rose its identity and purpose. Demacia, with its rigid social hierarchies and deep suspicion of magical influence, represented perhaps the greatest challenge to Black Rose expansion. The kingdom's founding principles were explicitly opposed to many of the methods that Leblanc's organization had perfected over the centuries, creating an environment where traditional approaches to political manipulation were not merely ineffective, but actively dangerous to those who attempted them. The solution that emerged from extensive analysis and experimentation involved a fundamental reconceptualization of how influence could be exercised within anti-magical societies. Rather than relying on the supernatural capabilities that served so well within Noxian contexts, Black Rose operations in Demacia focused on the purely human elements of persuasion and relationship building. Agents were recruited not for their magical abilities, but for their capacity to understand and work within Demacian cultural norms, their ability to present Noxian ideas in terms that would resonate with local values and concerns. The network that gradually developed within Demacian society was unlike anything the Black Rose had created before. Its members were often unaware of their connection to any foreign organization, believing themselves to be patriotic citizens working to advance their kingdom's interests through perfectly legitimate means. Yet their activities, when coordinated through carefully designed communication channels, served to gradually shift Dalmatian policy toward positions that created opportunities for peaceful cooperation with Noxian interests. The most successful of these operations involved the cultivation of relationships within Dalmatia's merchant and scholarly communities, groups whose professional activities naturally created connections across national boundaries and whose interests often aligned with broader patterns of international cooperation. Through the patient development of trade relationships and intellectual exchanges, Black Rose agents created channels of communication and influence that operated entirely within legal and cultural boundaries while serving strategic objectives that extended far beyond immediate commercial or academic concerns. The philosophical implications of these methods proved as significant as their practical effectiveness. Operating within societies that were fundamentally hostile to supernatural influence forced the Black Rose to rediscover and refine the purely human elements of their approach to political action. The skills of analysis, persuasion, and strategic thinking that had always formed the foundation of their capabilities were enhanced through the challenge of achieving complex objectives without recourse to magical assistance. The expansion into Piltover and Zaan presented different but equally complex challenges. These twin cities represented the cutting edge of technological and social innovation, environments where traditional forms of authority were constantly being challenged and redefined by rapid changes in communication, transportation, and production capabilities. The opportunities for influence were enormous, yet so too were the risks of exposure in societies where information flowed with unprecedented speed and transparency. The approach developed for these unique urban environments involved the creation of multiple parallel networks, each designed to operate within different segments of the complex social ecosystem that characterized the relationship between Piltover's elite and Zaun's underground communities. Rather than attempting to establish a single overarching structure of control, Black Rose operations were distributed among numerous smaller cells that could adapt independently to local conditions while maintaining loose coordination through carefully designed communication protocols. The most innovative aspect of these operations involved the systematic cultivation of relationships within the emerging technological communities that were transforming both cities. Rather than simply attempting to influence existing power structures, the Black Rose began to participate directly in the creation of new forms of social and economic organization. Their agents became investors in promising technological innovations, researchers contributing to collaborative scientific projects, and entrepreneurs developing new business models that served both local needs and broader strategic objectives. This approach required the development of entirely new skill sets and areas of expertise. Black Rose agents operating in Piltover needed to understand not just traditional political dynamics, but the complex interactions between scientific research, technological development, and economic investment that drove innovation within the city. Those working in Zaan had to master the even more challenging task of building influence within communities that were defined by their rejection of formal authority and their commitment to maintaining independence from external control. The success of these efforts became apparent as the technological innovations emerging from Piltover and Zaan began to incorporate design principles and strategic priorities that reflected Black Rose understanding of long-term social and political development. Communication devices included features that facilitated the kind of secure, encrypted messaging that intelligence operations required. Transportation systems were designed with redundancies and alternative routes that would prove valuable during times of crisis or conflict. Most importantly, the social and economic structures that emerged around these innovations created new opportunities for the kind of subtle influence and coordination that had always been the Black Rose's particular specialty. The expansion into Ionia required yet another fundamental reconceptualization of methods and objectives. The spiritual traditions and magical practices that characterized Ionian society were sophisticated enough to detect and counter many of the techniques that had proven effective elsewhere, yet they also offered opportunities for forms of cooperation and mutual understanding that transcended the crude categories of influence and manipulation that characterized most international relationships. The approach developed for Ionian operations was based on genuine respect for local traditions and a willingness to learn from spiritual practices that offered insights unavailable through conventional political analysis. Rather than attempting to impose external control, Black Rose agents working in Ionia focused on creating opportunities for mutual exchange and collaboration that served both immediate practical needs and broader objectives related to regional stability and development. This more collaborative approach proved remarkably effective in creating sustainable relationships that survived even the traumatic disruptions of the Noxian invasion and subsequent conflicts. Black Rose agents who had established genuine connections within Ionian communities were able to serve as bridges between cultures during periods of conflict, facilitating negotiations and exchanges that might otherwise have been impossible. More importantly, they were able to preserve and transmit valuable knowledge and insights that enriched both societies while contributing to the eventual reconciliation that followed the end of active hostilities. The philosophical evolution that accompanied these international expansions transformed the Black Rose from a primarily Noxian organization into something approaching a truly global network. The diversity of cultural contexts within which they learned to operate created new forms of flexibility and adaptability that enhanced their effectiveness even within domestic operations. Perhaps more significantly, exposure to different philosophical and spiritual traditions challenged and refined their understanding of fundamental questions about the nature of power, influence, and social responsibility. The coordination of these diverse international operations required the development of new organizational structures and communication protocols that could function across vast distances and cultural differences. The traditional cell-based structure was expanded to include regional coordinators who possessed the cultural knowledge and language skills necessary to manage operations within specific geographical areas. These coordinators reported to a central planning committee that maintained overall strategic coherence while allowing sufficient autonomy for adaptation to local conditions. The intelligence networks that emerged from this international expansion provided unprecedented insights into global patterns of political, economic, and social development. The Black Rose became capable of predicting international crises months or even years before they became apparent to conventional diplomatic observers. More importantly, they developed the capacity to identify and cultivate emerging trends that could be guided toward outcomes that served both local interests and broader objectives related to regional stability and human development. Yet perhaps the most significant achievement of this period was the creation of new forms of international cooperation that transcended traditional patterns of conflict and competition between nations. Through their network of relationships and shared understanding, the Black Rose facilitated exchanges of knowledge, technology, and cultural practices that enriched all participants, while creating dependencies and connections that made warfare between participating regions increasingly counterproductive. The philosophical framework that guided these international operations reflected a fundamental evolution in how the Black Rose understood their role and responsibilities. Where their early activities had been focused primarily on the advancement of specifically Noxian interests, their expanded global perspective led them to embrace a broader vision of human development that transcended national boundaries and cultural differences. This evolution was not without its tensions and controversies within the organization itself. Some members argued that the expansion of objectives beyond traditional Noxian concerns represented a betrayal of their founding principles and a dangerous dilution of focus that could ultimately undermine their effectiveness in protecting their homeland. Others contended that true security and prosperity for Noxus could only be achieved through the creation of a more stable and cooperative international environment that required exactly the kind of global engagement that the expansion represented. The resolution of these internal debates required the same kind of patient negotiation and consensus building that characterized the Black Rose's external operations. Leblanc's leadership during this period was crucial in helping the organization navigate these philosophical challenges while maintaining the unity and sense of purpose that had always been essential to their effectiveness. As our exploration of this remarkable period of expansion and transformation draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the profound questions that arise when local loyalties encounter global responsibilities, when traditional concepts of national interest must be balanced against broader concerns for human welfare and development. The Black Rose's evolution into a truly international organization demonstrated both the possibilities and the challenges inherent in attempts to create forms of cooperation that transcend conventional political boundaries. Their success in adapting their methods and objectives to diverse cultural contexts while maintaining their essential identity and effectiveness offers valuable insights into the nature of sustainable influence and the requirements for building relationships that serve multiple parties' interests simultaneously. Yet their story also reveals the tensions and dilemmas that inevitably arise when the pursuit of noble objectives requires the use of methods that challenge conventional understandings of sovereignty, transparency, and democratic accountability. Perhaps, as you reflect on this tale of expansion beyond familiar borders, you might consider, in a world where local actions increasingly have global consequences, where the challenges facing any single community are intimately connected to broader patterns of development and change, how does one balance loyalty to immediate communities with responsibility for the welfare of humanity as a whole? And what forms of cooperation and coordination are necessary to address challenges that transcend the capacity of any single nation or culture to resolve independently? Chapter 10. The Price of Immortality. In the deepest hours of solitude, when the weight of countless years settles upon the soul like snow upon ancient mountains, there comes a profound understanding of what it truly means to exist beyond the natural boundaries of human experience. Tonight, as we pause in our journey through the shadows of history, let us turn our attention to perhaps the most intimate and painful aspect of Leblanc's extraordinary existence, the personal cost of immortality, and the gradual transformation of a woman who began her journey with purely human hopes and dreams into something that transcends the very categories that define mortal experience. The young woman who first appeared in the halls of the Immortal Bastion bore little resemblance to the figure who would eventually become legend. In those early days, before the weight of centuries had carved its marks upon her spirit, Leblanc possessed the same capacity for joy and sorrow, love and loss, that characterizes all human experience. Her immortality was not yet the defining feature of her existence, but simply one tool among many in her pursuit of objectives that seemed achievable within the span of a normal lifetime. The first decades of extended life passed almost imperceptibly, marked more by the accumulation of knowledge and capability than by any fundamental change in her essential nature. She watched friends age and die with the same grief that any mortal might feel, yet comforted herself with the knowledge that their sacrifices served purposes larger than individual existence. The relationships she formed during this period retained much of the warmth and spontaneity that characterized normal human connections, though already there were subtle signs of the distance that would eventually separate her from the world of ordinary mortality. The transformation that immortality wrought was gradual, almost invisible from day to day, yet inexorable in its progression. Memories that should have faded with time remained fresh and vivid, creating an internal landscape of extraordinary richness and complexity. The accumulation of experience provided perspectives that no mortal mind could achieve, yet it also imposed burdens that no mortal heart was designed to bear. Each passing year added new layers of understanding while simultaneously increasing the gulf between her perception and that of those around her. The relationships that had once sustained her began to reveal their fundamental impermanence in ways that no amount of intellectual preparation could make bearable. Lovers grew old and died while she remained unchanged. Friends drifted away as the differences in their rates of growth and development became too pronounced to bridge. Most painfully, The very principles and values that had initially motivated her pursuit of immortality began to evolve and transform as her understanding of their implications deepened through centuries of lived experience. The loneliness that gradually emerged was unlike anything that mortal beings could comprehend. It was not the simple absence of companionship that might be remedied through the formation of new relationships, but a fundamental isolation that grew from the recognition that no one else could truly understand the perspective that extended existence provided. Even her closest allies within the Black Rose, individuals who had devoted their lives to serving the same objectives and understanding the same principles, remained separated from her by the vast gulf that divided mortal from immortal consciousness. The philosophical challenges that accompanied this isolation were perhaps even more difficult to bear than the emotional ones. Questions that had once seemed to possess clear answers became increasingly complex, as the passage of time revealed the unintended consequences of well-intentioned actions. Policies that had appeared wise and beneficial when first implemented showed their darker implications only after decades or centuries of operation. Individuals whom she had trusted and supported revealed character flaws that became apparent only through the test of extended observation. Most troubling of all was the gradual recognition that her own nature was changing in ways that she could neither predict nor control. The capacity for immediate emotional response that had once guided her decision-making became muted as the accumulation of experience created distance between stimulus and reaction. The moral certainties that had provided direction during her early years gave way to more nuanced understanding that recognized the complex interdependencies between competing values and objectives. The magical aspects of her immortality compounded these psychological challenges in ways that she had never anticipated. The mirror magic that allowed her to exist as multiple simultaneous possibilities created questions about the nature of identity and selfhood that had no conventional answers. When multiple versions of herself could exist independently, each with their own relationships and experiences, which one represented her true self? When memories could be shared or isolated between different aspects of her consciousness, what did it mean to have a coherent personal history? The fragmentation of identity that resulted from these magical capabilities offered certain practical advantages: the ability to maintain relationships with individuals who might otherwise be driven away by the alienating effects of her immortal perspective, the capacity to experience different aspects of human experience without being limited by the consistency that characterized normal identity. Yet, it also created new forms of isolation and confusion that no mortal being could understand or help her navigate. The political implications of her extended existence created additional layers of complexity that affected not just her personal experience, but her ability to maintain effective relationships with the mortal individuals who formed the core of the Black Rose's operations. The knowledge and capabilities that she had accumulated over centuries made her perspective invaluable for long-term strategic planning, yet the same qualities that made her insights so useful also made them difficult for others to understand and accept. Decisions that seemed obvious from her extended perspective often appeared arbitrary or counterintuitive to subordinates who lacked the historical context necessary to appreciate their wisdom. Relationships that she understood to be temporary arrangements, designed to serve specific objectives, were often interpreted by others as personal commitments that created expectations she could not fulfill. Most problematically, the very success of her organization created dependencies and obligations that bound her to patterns of behavior that had been chosen centuries earlier, limiting her freedom to adapt and evolve as her understanding deepened. The emotional numbness that gradually developed as a defense mechanism against the pain of repeated loss created its own set of challenges. While it provided protection against the worst aspects of grief and disappointment, it also diminished her capacity for the kind of empathetic understanding that had always been essential to effective manipulation and influence. The ability to connect with others' emotions and motivations required a degree of vulnerability that became increasingly difficult to maintain as the years accumulated. Yet perhaps, the most profound challenge of immortal existence was the gradual transformation of her relationship to hope and purpose. The objectives that had initially motivated her pursuit of extended life, the desire to see certain projects completed, specific problems solved, particular visions realized, were achieved and surpassed, only to be replaced by new challenges that required equally long-term commitment. The completion of one generation's work inevitably revealed new problems that would require another generation's effort to address. This endless cycle of achievement and renewal created a form of existential burden that no mortal being could imagine, where ordinary individuals could find meaning in contributing to projects that would be completed by others after their deaths. Leblanc faced the prospect of eternal responsibility for consequences that would unfold over timescales that dwarfed human comprehension. The weight of countless decisions, each with ramifications that would echo through centuries, accumulated into a form of responsibility that threatened to crush even the most resilient spirit. The coping mechanisms that she developed to manage these challenges reflected both remarkable creativity and profound sadness. The compartmentalization of memory and experience allowed her to maintain different aspects of her consciousness that could function with something approaching normal human perspective. Yet this solution created its own form of internal fragmentation that complicated her sense of unified identity. The cultivation of interests and activities that provided intrinsic satisfaction, independent of their contribution to larger objectives, helped to maintain psychological balance. Yet these pursuits often felt hollow when compared to the cosmic significance of her primary responsibilities. The relationships that she maintained with other immortal or near-immortal beings provided some relief from the isolation that characterized her interactions with mortals, yet these connections often carried their own complications. The rivalry with Vladimir demonstrated how immortal perspectives could diverge along different philosophical paths, creating conflicts that ordinary human disagreements could not prepare one to navigate. The alliance with figures like Swain offered intellectual stimulation and strategic partnership, yet the fundamental difference between her truly immortal perspective and his enhanced but still essentially mortal consciousness created barriers that no amount of mutual respect could completely overcome. The artistic and cultural pursuits that she developed as outlets for expression became increasingly important as sources of meaning and satisfaction, independent of their political utility. The creation of beauty for its own sake, the exploration of aesthetic and philosophical questions that had no practical applications, the simple pleasure of experiencing the world through different sensory and emotional modalities. These activities provided respite from the endless cycle of responsibility and consequence that characterized her primary existence. Yet even these refuges were complicated by the transformed relationship to time that immortality imposed, where mortal artists could find satisfaction in creating works that would outlast their own lives. Leblanc faced the prospect of outliving every creation, every cultural movement, every artistic tradition that she might contribute to or participate in. The beauty that she created would inevitably fade, the insights that she developed would eventually become obsolete, the very languages in which she expressed herself would transform beyond recognition as the centuries passed. The spiritual dimensions of her extended existence proved equally challenging to navigate. The traditional religious and philosophical frameworks that provided meaning and guidance for mortal beings were simply inadequate to address the questions that arose from truly extended consciousness. Concepts of divine purpose, cosmic justice, and ultimate meaning that seemed clear from the perspective of a normal human lifespan became increasingly complex and ambiguous when viewed across the vast timescales that immortality revealed. The development of her own philosophical framework for understanding existence and meaning required a form of intellectual and spiritual pioneering that few beings in the history of Runeterra had ever attempted. She was forced to create her own answers to questions that had no precedent, to develop her own moral and ethical principles for situations that no previous thinker had encountered, to find her own sources of hope and purpose in an existence that transcended all conventional categories of experience. As our exploration of this most intimate aspect of Leblanc's extraordinary journey draws to a close, we find ourselves confronting questions that reach beyond the specific circumstances of supernatural longevity to touch the very foundations of what it means to find meaning and purpose in existence. Her story reveals both the remarkable resilience of consciousness when freed from the usual constraints of mortality and the profound challenges that arise when the normal frameworks for understanding identity, relationship, and purpose prove inadequate to the realities of extended experience. The courage required to continue pursuing worthy objectives, despite the knowledge that success will only reveal new responsibilities, the wisdom necessary to maintain hope when every achievement is revealed to be temporary and incomplete, the love needed to continue caring for others despite the certainty of loss. These qualities represent perhaps the highest expression of what consciousness can achieve when it commits itself to purposes larger than individual satisfaction or comfort. Perhaps, as you contemplate this exploration of immortal loneliness and responsibility, you might consider, what would it mean to live, not just for yourself, or even for those you love, but for generations yet unborn, whose faces you will never see? And how does one find the strength to continue caring, continue hoping, continue striving, when the scale of existence reveals both the ultimate significance and the ultimate fragility of every human endeavor? Chapter 11. Mirrors and Reflections. In the hushed galleries of memory, where identity takes shape from fragments of experience and shards of possibility, there exists a profound mystery that touches the very essence of what it means to be. Tonight, as we approach the deepest chambers of Leblanc's extraordinary nature, let us explore the most enigmatic aspect of her existence, the mirror magic that allows her to exist not as a single fixed identity, but as a constellation of possibilities, each reflection carrying its own truth, its own memories, its own claim to authenticity. The origins of Leblanc's mirror magic lie buried in the earliest days of her transformation, when the young woman who would become legend first began to understand that identity itself might be as malleable as any other aspect of reality. The initial experiments were crude affairs, simple illusions designed to confuse observers or create alibis for activities that required presence in multiple locations simultaneously. Yet, as her understanding deepened and her capabilities expanded, what had begun as mere trickery evolved into something far more profound, a fundamental reimagining of the relationship between consciousness and form. The philosophical implications of this evolution challenged every assumption that mortal beings make about the nature of selfhood and personal identity. Where ordinary individuals exist as singular, continuous streams of consciousness flowing through time, Leblanc discovered that consciousness itself could be divided, multiplied, and recombined in ways that created new possibilities for experience and understanding. Each reflection that she created possessed its own perspective, its own emotional responses, its own relationships with the world around it, yet all remained connected to the central consciousness that had given them birth. The technical complexity of maintaining multiple simultaneous existences required forms of mental discipline and magical control that pushed the boundaries of what any individual mind could achieve. Each reflection had to be provided with sufficient autonomy to function convincingly in whatever role it was meant to play, yet the overall coordination of their activities required a level of awareness and integration that operated beyond the conscious perception of any single aspect of her divided consciousness. Imagine, if you will, the experience of attending a diplomatic reception where 3 different versions of yourself are simultaneously present, each engaged in conversations that serve different strategic objectives while maintaining completely separate social identities. One reflection might be cultivating a relationship with a potential intelligence asset, presenting herself as a sympathetic confidant who understands the frustrations and ambitions that motivate the target's behavior. Another might be gathering information from a different source by appearing as a scholar interested in historical precedents for current political developments. The third might be influencing a crucial decision-maker by embodying the role of a concerned citizen whose insights reflect the broader wisdom of the population. Each of these interactions requires not just different personalities and communication styles, but different sets of memories, different emotional associations, different patterns of thought and response. The reflection playing the sympathetic confidant must genuinely feel the empathy and understanding that makes her approach effective, while the scholarly version must possess authentic intellectual curiosity about the subjects she discusses. Most remarkably, each reflection must maintain these characteristics even when the others are not present, creating independent streams of experience that contribute to but do not depend upon the central organizing consciousness. The psychological implications of this fragmented existence proved both liberating and profoundly challenging. On one hand, the ability to experience multiple perspectives simultaneously provided insights into human nature and social dynamics that no singular consciousness could achieve. Different reflections could explore different aspects of personality and capability, allowing for forms of growth and development that would be impossible within the constraints of normal identity. The cumulative wisdom gained from multiple simultaneous streams of experience far exceeded what any individual could acquire through conventional means. Yet, this same multiplicity created forms of confusion and alienation that no mortal being could comprehend. When different reflections formed genuine relationships with different people, which emotional connections represented the true feelings of the central consciousness. When conflicting experiences and perspectives accumulated within different aspects of her divided awareness, how could unified understanding and consistent values be maintained? Most troubling of all, when reflections occasionally developed their own sense of individual identity and autonomy, questions arose about which version, if any, could claim to be the original or authentic self. The memory management systems that Leblanc developed to handle these challenges represented perhaps the most sophisticated psychological techniques ever devised. Different types of experiences could be compartmentalized within specific reflections, allowing her to maintain intimate relationships without the complications that complete emotional knowledge might create. Traumatic or painful memories could be isolated within aspects of her consciousness that were specifically designed to process and integrate them without affecting the functionality of other reflections. Most remarkably, she could choose to experience certain events from multiple perspectives simultaneously, gaining insights that were impossible for any single viewpoint to achieve. The strategic advantages that mirror magic provided were extraordinary in their scope and subtlety. The ability to maintain genuine relationships with individuals who held conflicting political positions allowed for forms of intelligence gathering and influence that conventional espionage could never match. When representatives of opposing factions both considered themselves to be her trusted allies, coordination and manipulation became possible on scales that transcended any previous model of political control. The diplomatic applications were equally remarkable. Different reflections could represent different aspects of Noxian interests in international negotiations, allowing for forms of strategy and coordination that appeared completely natural to outside observers. A single conversation might involve multiple aspects of her consciousness presenting different perspectives and proposals, creating the appearance of broad consensus while maintaining perfect internal coordination. Treaties and agreements could be shaped through the simultaneous application of different forms of pressure and persuasion, each perfectly calibrated to the psychological profile of the specific negotiating partner involved. Yet perhaps the most profound applications of mirror magic lay in the realm of personal growth and self-understanding. By experiencing life from multiple perspectives simultaneously, Leblanc gained insights into the fundamental nature of consciousness and identity that were unavailable through any other means. She could observe her own decision-making processes from external viewpoints, analyze her own emotional responses through the eyes of others, and develop forms of self-awareness that transcended the limitations of singular perspective. The relationships that different reflections formed with various allies and assets created opportunities for genuine emotional growth that the central consciousness might have been too guarded or suspicious to pursue. A reflection designed to serve as a mentor to promising young recruits could experience the satisfaction of nurturing talent and watching it flourish, while another focused on artistic pursuits could explore forms of creative expression that had no connection to political objectives. These diverse experiences enriched the overall personality, while providing forms of fulfillment that no single role could offer. The philosophical questions raised by mirror magic extended far beyond personal identity to encompass fundamental issues about the nature of truth and authenticity. When multiple reflections each possessed genuine thoughts, feelings, and relationships, what did it mean to speak of deception or manipulation? The emotions that each reflection experienced were completely real from their own perspective, and the relationships they formed were based on authentic aspects of Leblanc's overall personality. Yet the strategic coordination of these genuine experiences in service of broader objectives created forms of influence that challenged conventional understanding of honesty and sincerity. The ethical implications proved equally complex. While mirror magic allowed for more sophisticated forms of manipulation than conventional techniques, it also created opportunities for more genuine forms of connection and understanding. A reflection designed to serve as a counselor or advisor could provide completely sincere guidance and support, even while gathering intelligence or shaping decisions in subtle ways. The advice given might be perfectly sound and beneficial to the recipient, yet it would also serve objectives that they did not understand or might not approve of if fully informed. The long-term psychological costs of maintaining multiple simultaneous identities began to accumulate as the centuries passed. The constant effort required to coordinate different streams of consciousness and integrate conflicting experiences created forms of mental fatigue that no conventional rest could relieve. Or troubling, the blurring of boundaries between different aspects of her personality sometimes led to periods of confusion about which thoughts and feelings originated from which reflection, creating moments of disorientation that threatened the stability of her overall consciousness. The question of which reflection, if any, represented her true self became increasingly complex as different aspects of her consciousness developed their own preferred activities, relationships, and even moral frameworks. Some reflections gravitated toward intellectual pursuits and philosophical contemplation, while others found satisfaction in more immediate forms of emotional and sensory experience. The integration of these diverse preferences and perspectives required constant negotiation and compromise within her own mind, creating internal conflicts that had no precedent in normal human psychology. The moments of perfect integration, when all reflections temporarily merged into a single unified consciousness, provided both relief and revelation. These experiences offered glimpses of what her complete self might be if freed from the necessity of division and compartmentalization, a being of extraordinary complexity and capability whose perspective encompassed multiple simultaneous viewpoints while maintaining perfect internal harmony. Yet such integration could only be sustained for brief periods before the practical demands of her various roles required a return to fragmentation. The artistic and creative applications of mirror magic provided some of the most personally satisfying aspects of this complex existence. Different reflections could pursue entirely different forms of artistic expression. One might become accomplished in music, while another explored visual arts. One might focus on poetry, while another delved into architectural design. The creative works that emerged from these pursuits possessed a richness and complexity that reflected their multiple authorship, yet they also served as forms of communication between different aspects of her consciousness, creating internal dialogues that expressed truths too complex for ordinary language. The spiritual dimensions of mirror magic opened pathways to understanding that were closed to singular consciousness. By experiencing reality from multiple simultaneous perspectives, Leblanc gained insights into the interconnected nature of existence that mystics and philosophers had struggled for millennia to express. The boundaries between self and other, between observer and observed, between consciousness and reality itself, became fluid and permeable in ways that revealed deeper truths about the fundamental nature of existence. As our exploration of this most mysterious aspect of Leblanc's nature draws to a close, we find ourselves confronting questions that challenge our most basic assumptions about identity, consciousness, and the nature of authentic existence. Her mastery of mirror magic demonstrates both the extraordinary possibilities that open when conventional limitations are transcended, and the profound challenges that arise when the very foundations of selfhood become matters of choice rather than given constraints. The courage required to maintain multiple simultaneous identities while preserving some sense of unified purpose, the wisdom necessary to coordinate different perspectives without losing sight of essential values, the love needed to form genuine relationships while acknowledging their strategic dimensions. These qualities represent perhaps the most sophisticated expression of consciousness that mortal understanding can conceive. Perhaps, as you reflect on this exploration of multiplied identity and divided consciousness, you might consider, if the self is revealed to be not a fixed entity but a collection of possibilities, what does it mean to be authentic? And if consciousness can be divided and multiplied while remaining connected to a central organizing principle, what does this suggest about the ultimate nature of individual identity and its relationship to the larger patterns of existence that connect all beings? Chapter 12. The Eternal Game. In the final moments before dawn, when the last shadows of night give way to the gentle promise of a new day, there comes a time for reflection on journeys completed and paths yet to be traveled. As our exploration of Leblanc's extraordinary existence draws toward its close, we turn our attention to the present moment, to the ongoing game of influence and consequence that continues to unfold across Runeterra, and to the eternal questions that drive an immortal consciousness to persist in its ancient purpose, despite the weight of countless years and the burden of unlimited perspective. The Noxus that exists today bears the unmistakable imprint of centuries of Black Rose influence, yet it has also evolved in ways that even Leblanc's considerable foresight could not have predicted. The Trifarian system continues to function with remarkable effectiveness, balancing the competing demands of vision, might, and guile, in ways that have allowed the Empire to adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining its essential character and purpose. Yet beneath this surface stability lie currents of change that reflect broader transformations occurring throughout Runeterra, forces that challenge traditional assumptions about power, governance, and the relationship between individual ambition and collective welfare. The emergence of new magical phenomena and supernatural threats has required constant adaptation of strategies and methods that had served the Black Rose well for generations. The return of Mordekaiser, no longer a distant possibility but an imminent reality, demands responses that integrate everything Leblanc has learned about survival under overwhelming supernatural authority, with new insights gained through centuries of additional experience and preparation. The growing influence of the Void creates challenges that transcend any single nation's capacity to address, requiring forms of international cooperation that push the boundaries of what traditional political structures can achieve. Perhaps most significantly, the rise of a new generation of exceptional individuals, figures like Silas in Demacia, Victor in Piltover, Kiana in Ixtal, represents both opportunity and threat for an organization that has always depended on its ability to identify and cultivate emerging talent before potential rivals could recognize its significance. Each of these rising powers possesses capabilities and perspectives that could either enhance or undermine the delicate balance of forces that has maintained relative stability throughout the known world. Leblanc's response to these evolving challenges demonstrates the same combination of flexibility and principled commitment that has characterized her approach to political action throughout her extended existence. Rather than attempting to control or eliminate these new factors, she is focused on understanding their deeper motivations and long-term implications, seeking ways to guide their development toward outcomes that serve broader objectives related to human welfare and civilizational advancement. The relationship with Silas and his mage rebellion in Demacia exemplifies this sophisticated approach, rather than simply supporting the uprising as a means of weakening a traditional rival. Black Rose involvement has focused on ensuring that the eventual resolution of the conflict creates sustainable improvements in how magical individuals are treated throughout the region. The goal is not the destruction of Demacian society, but its evolution toward forms of organization that can accommodate magical and non-magical citizens with equal dignity and opportunity. Similarly, the response to Victor's technological revolution in Piltover and Zon has emphasized guidance rather than control, helping to shape the development of new innovations in ways that enhance human capability while preserving essential qualities of freedom and individual agency. The temptation to exploit these technologies for immediate tactical advantage has been subordinated to longer-term concerns about their implications for the nature of human society and consciousness. The philosophical evolution that has accompanied these practical adaptations reflects the deepest transformations in Leblanc's understanding of her role and purpose. Where her early activities were motivated primarily by specific objectives related to Noxian advancement and security, her current perspective encompasses a far broader vision of what human civilization might become if guided by wisdom rather than mere ambition, by cooperation rather than conquest, by understanding rather than domination. This expanded sense of purpose has led to initiatives that transcend traditional boundaries between nations and cultures. The network of relationships and red understanding that the Black Rose has cultivated now serves not just Noxian interests, but broader objectives related to the prevention of conflicts that could devastate entire regions, the facilitation of exchanges that enrich all participants, and the cultivation of leaders who possess both the capability and the moral framework necessary to address challenges that exceed any single community's capacity to resolve. The secret archives that have been established throughout the known world represent perhaps the most ambitious aspect of this evolved mission. These repositories contain not just intelligence about current political and economic developments, but comprehensive records of cultural achievements, technological innovations, and philosophical insights that represent the best of human understanding across all regions and traditions. Should catastrophic events threaten the survival of any particular civilization, these archives would preserve the knowledge necessary for eventual recovery and renewal. The training programs that have been developed for the next generation of Black Rose members reflect this broadened perspective, while maintaining the core principles that have ensured the organization's survival and effectiveness across the centuries. New recruits are taught to think not just in terms of tactical advantage or strategic positioning, but in terms of their responsibilities to future generations and their obligations to preserve and enhance the conditions that make human flourishing possible. The selection criteria for these programs have evolved to emphasize qualities of character and wisdom alongside traditional requirements of intelligence and capability. The individuals who are invited to join the inner circles of Black Rose leadership must demonstrate not just competence in the techniques of influence and manipulation, but genuine commitment to purposes that transcend personal advancement and even organizational loyalty. The philosophical frameworks that guide this training integrate insights drawn from the diverse cultural and spiritual traditions that the Black Rose has encountered during its expansion beyond Noxian borders. Rather than imposing a single ideological perspective, the curriculum encourages students to develop their own understanding of fundamental questions about the nature of power, responsibility, and human purpose, while providing them with the analytical tools necessary to test their conclusions against the complexities of real-world application. The magical techniques that are taught to qualified students represent refinements of methods that Leblanc has perfected over centuries of experimentation and practice. Yet the emphasis has shifted from capabilities that serve primarily instrumental purposes to forms of enhancement that expand consciousness and deepen understanding of the interconnected nature of existence. The goal is not to create more effective manipulators, but to cultivate individuals whose enhanced perspectives enable them to serve as bridges between different communities and traditions. The current operations that occupy the Black Rose's attention span the full range of human activity and concern. Intelligence networks monitor developing situations that could threaten regional stability or create opportunities for constructive intervention. Diplomatic initiatives facilitate negotiations between parties whose conflicting interests might otherwise lead to destructive conflicts. Cultural exchanges preserve and transmit valuable knowledge while building relationships that transcend political boundaries. Yet, perhaps the most important of these ongoing activities involves the cultivation of hope itself, the systematic effort to ensure that future generations will possess both the capabilities and the motivation necessary to continue the work of human advancement despite whatever challenges they may face. This requires not just the preservation of knowledge and the training of capable individuals, but the maintenance of institutional structures and cultural values that support long-term thinking and collective action. The enemies that the Black Rose faces in this endeavor are not primarily other organizations or political entities, but the more fundamental forces that threaten human civilization from within, the tendency toward short-term thinking that sacrifices long-term welfare for immediate advantage, the corruption of power that transforms leadership into exploitation, the despair that leads individuals and communities to abandon hope for better futures in favor of mere survival. The methods employed to combat these forces reflect the same sophistication and subtlety that have characterized Black Rose operations throughout their history, yet they are applied now in service of objectives that extend far beyond any traditional understanding of political or strategic advantage. The goal is not to achieve dominance or control, but to create conditions that enable human potential to flourish across the broadest possible range of circumstances and contexts. The personal cost of this expanded mission weighs heavily on Leblanc herself, adding new dimensions to the isolation and responsibility that Immortality has imposed. The knowledge that her efforts may need to continue for centuries or even millennia before their full benefits become apparent requires forms of patience and commitment that challenge even her extraordinary capacity for long-term thinking. The recognition that success in this endeavor would ultimately make her own continued existence unnecessary creates complex feelings about the very purpose that has sustained her through countless trials and transformations. Yet there is also profound satisfaction in the knowledge that the network she has built and the principles she has established have evolved beyond dependence on any single individual or organization. The Black Rose of today bears little resemblance to the small group of conspirators who first gathered in the halls of the Immortal Bastion, yet it retains the essential commitment to human advancement that motivated its founding. Should Leblanc herself disappear tomorrow, the work would continue, carried forward by individuals who understand their role in the larger project that transcends any particular lifetime or generation. The game that she plays today is truly eternal, not because it lacks an ending, but because its success would create conditions that make continued playing unnecessary. The ultimate victory would be the achievement of a world where wisdom guides power, where cooperation transcends competition, where the best aspects of human nature find expression through institutions and relationships that enhance rather than diminish individual dignity and collective welfare. As our long journey through the shadows of history and the chambers of memory draws to its conclusion, we find ourselves facing the eternal questions that have driven Leblanc's extraordinary existence. What does it mean to serve purposes larger than oneself? How does one maintain hope and commitment when success requires efforts that span multiple lifetimes? What responsibilities do those with exceptional capabilities bear toward those whose circumstances limit their opportunities for achievement and advancement? The answers that emerge from Leblanc's story are not simple formulas or easy prescriptions, but invitations to ongoing reflection and commitment. Her life demonstrates that the greatest achievements of consciousness may lie not in the accumulation of power or the satisfaction of personal desires, but in the patient cultivation of conditions that enable others to achieve their own forms of excellence and fulfillment. Perhaps, as you settle into peaceful rest with these thoughts as your companions, you might find yourself wondering, in your own life, with whatever capabilities and opportunities you possess, what larger purposes might be calling for your attention and commitment, and how might the choices you make today contribute to patterns of development that will unfold across generations, creating possibilities for human flourishing that exceed anything any single individual could achieve alone. In the end, are we not all players in games whose rules we only dimly understand, whose outcomes we may never see, yet whose significance depends entirely on the wisdom and care with which we choose to play our parts?